Chapter 1728 World Ripper. Yan Yi was quite stunned. He was certain that he didn't know her at all. Yan Yi sized up the woman and asked, "I owe you something?" She looked him in the eyes. "You took something that doesn't belong to you." Yan Yi frowned. "Can you make it a little clearer?" "The wooden sword." She gazed at Yan Yi. "That wooden sword doesn't belong to you." "The wooden sword." Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected her to actually be here for the wooden sword. "It belongs to her?" Yan Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "I got it from the Wu clan." She replied, "My secret sect left it in the Wu clan." Yan Yi shook his head. "I need proof," she said. "Tell it to show itself, and you'll get your proof." Yan Yi glanced at her, thought for a moment, and then he summoned Snowy. Snowy was holding the wooden sword when she emerged from the primordial pagoda. Presently, Snowy had gotten addicted to playing with the wooden sword, so it never left her claws. The reason he was cooperating was because he wanted to find out about the wooden sword's origins. Of course, he wouldn't feel any regret if it chose her in the end. Presently, he refused to utilize any external sources of strength unless he had to, and he refused to let himself become reliant upon any external sources of strength. Moreover, he was certain that the wooden sword wouldn't choose to go with her. What a joke! The wooden sword was so close to Snowy. Or it should be said that the wooden sword obeyed everything that Snowy said. Moreover, he had the primordial pagoda too. So, unless the wooden sword's real owner showed himself or herself, it would never leave. After Snowy appeared here, she glanced at the surroundings, blinked, and then wrapped her claws around Yan Yi's neck before rubbing her head lightly against Yan Yi's chin. The woman's gaze had been on the wooden sword, but she couldn't help but glance at Snowy, who was completely white as snow. Yan Yi rubbed her head gently, and then he gazed at the wooden sword which was floating in front of him. Suddenly, the woman formed a strange seal with her hands, and then a dragon roar resounded. As soon as the dragon roar resounded, the wooden sword floated over to her and trembled slightly. Snowy kept blinking as she watched this scene. Meanwhile, the woman's lips parted, and she seemed to be saying something to the wooden sword, and the wooden sword was shaking slightly as if it was conversing with her. A short while passed before a sword howl resounded from the wooden sword, and then it flew over to Snowy before starting to converse with her. A while later, Snowy suddenly grabbed the wooden sword and wrapped her arms around it. After that, she glared angrily at the woman and seemed like she intended to fight the woman to the death. Yan Yi frowned slightly, and then he took Snowy in his arms. "What's going on?" Snowy seemed to have found her savior, and she started to wave her little claws about, and even pointed at the woman while she waved them about. A short while passed before Yan Yi came to an understanding. The wooden sword wanted to go with her. Yan Yi gazed at the wooden sword. He hadn't expected that it would actually want to go with her. Yan Yi gazed at the woman in a white dress. "Why does it want to go with you?" She glanced at Yan Yi, gazed at Snowy, and then replied, "Both of you can't keep it. Because it has to complete its mission." Yan Yi was puzzled. "Its mission?" she replied. "It's staying in this world because of its mission. Now we need it." Suddenly, Snowy gazed at Yan Yi, and then she started waving her claws about swiftly. It was obvious what she wanted. She didn't want the wooden sword to go. Yan Yi rubbed her head and was about to speak, but the wooden sword suddenly started trembling. A short while passed before Snowy's eyes lit up, and then she gazed at Yan Yi and started waving her claws again. A short while later, Yan Yi frowned and said, "It says that it wants us to go with it? And it'll stay with you once it has completed its mission?" Snowy nodded rapidly. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "We can't go now." He hadn't dealt with the Yang clan yet, so he couldn't go anywhere else. Snowy's eyes instantly turned moist when she heard Yan Yi, and she seemed like she would cry at any moment. Yan Yi shook his head and said, "Oh, you!" He gazed at the woman and asked, "Is it very urgent?" She glanced at Yan Yi. "I'm really curious about why it's actually willing to stay with you. Based on the baleful and murderous aura you have, it should feel extreme aversion to you." "It's my charm." Yan Yi spoke seriously. Do you understand what that is? It's my charm that won her over. The woman spoke indifferently. If it's shamelessness, then yes. As for charm, I don't think so. Yan Yu was rendered speechless. Suddenly, she said, "Face an attack of mine." Yan Yu was puzzled. "Why?" she said. "Let me see if you're qualified to come to the secret sect with it." Yan Yu glanced at her and nodded. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Snowy. The latter was very sensible, and she immediately grabbed the wooden sword and entered the primordial pagoda. Yan Yu stood there with his sword in hand. "Bring it!" He didn't act carelessly, nor did he dare to. Because he couldn't sense her cultivation and aura at all. Moreover, she was related to the wooden sword, so how could she be ordinary? The woman nodded slightly, and then she took a step forward before placing her hands on the two swords hanging from her waist. She looked Yan Yi in the eyes, and then her lips parted. "World Ripper!" As soon as she finished speaking, her swords swiftly left their sheaths. Hiss! The sound of something being torn apart resounded. It was like the sound of a scissor cutting through cloth. After that, Yan Yi was suddenly pushed backwards repeatedly, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before the city walls of Sword Immortal City. Bang! The entire city shook violently. At the same time, a spatial rift had appeared between Yan Yi and the woman. The spatial extended from the ground up into the clouds, and it seemed like it had sliced open a hole in space that linked the heavens and the earth. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Everyone looked in Yan Yi's direction. There was a wisp of extremely obvious scarlet red on the corner of Yan Yi's mouth. Yan Yi lost? Such a thought ran through the minds of all the spectators. Meanwhile, Yan Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at the woman in a white dress. "You try an attack of mine too." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman immediately frowned slightly, and then her swords left their sheaths again. Bang! An explosion resounded abruptly, and then the woman appeared 3 kilometers away. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. She gazed at Yan Yi for a long time before she said, "What's the name of that technique?" Yan Yi replied, "Split second." "Split second." She nodded slightly. "It's a very strong technique, and it has a huge amount of space to grow." Yan Yi walked closer to her and said, "How do I get to the secret sect?" She pondered deeply for a moment, and then she flipped her right palm. A small blue stone appeared before Yan Yi. "A teleportation formation will appear once you crush this. It'll transport you to the secret sect's entrance." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't say another word. She just turned around and left. Yan Yi glanced at the blue stone in his grasp, and then he put it away. Actually, if it was up to him, he wouldn't go to the secret sect. However, he was willing to do so for Snowy. If it was too troublesome to deal with, then he intended to flee with Snowy and the wooden sword. Based on his current strength, even 10 true realm experts couldn't stop him from escaping. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he sat down cross-legged. After that, he withdrew 2 energy pearls and started to recover his profound energy. That attack just now had exhausted too much of his profound energy. Even though Split Second was strong, it exhausted a huge amount of profound energy too. Fortunately, he had Snowy with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to stay here and keep fighting. The veil of night gradually vanished. It didn't take long for the first glimmer of dawn to arrive. A short while later, a ray of sunlight descended onto Yan Yi. Actually, the night hadn't been peaceful at all. After the woman in the white dress had left, many others had arrived below the city walls. However, practically all their heads were arranged below the city walls right now. There were at least 500 heads there. If one walked closer, it simply seemed like a small hill of heads. Some amongst those who came for his head had decisively chosen to leave after seeing those heads. They left without the slightest hesitation. Yan Yi didn't pursue those people. However, when it came to those who attacked him, he didn't show mercy at all, and he annihilated every single one of them. That was exactly why the ground before Yan Yi had turned red when dawn arrived. It had been dyed red with blood. The spectators on the city walls were still there. They were still waiting for more to come and try to kill Yang Yi. As far as they were concerned, it was a rare opportunity for them to watch battles. They hoped even more people came to kill Yang Yi, and they hoped to watch Yang Yi kill even more. Everyone liked to watch a show. Time trickled by. Noon. A point in the distant sky suddenly trembled, and then a man in a beautiful robe appeared there. An instant later, the man had arrived not too far away from Yang Yi. He wore a violet embroidered robe. Based on his appearance, he seemed to be around the age of 25. His appearance was only ordinary, but he had a very calm and confident bearing. Suddenly, someone on the city walls exclaimed with shock, "It's him! My God! It's actually him! He's actually here to kill Yang Yi!" If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1729 Bite Me? Someone on the city walls asked. Who is that? The second on the Milky Way rankings, Ing Mu. Someone explained. He's the Ing clan's successor, Ing Mu. He's an extraordinary genius on the second position on the Milky Way rankings too. The Ing clan. It was the Ing clan's successor, Ing Mu. Everyone on the city walls had shock in their eyes. They hadn't expected even the Ing clan's successor to come. They expected a fierce battle. A truly fierce battle. Even though they didn't know how strong Yang Yi really was, based on the strength Head revealed just now, Yang Yi was extremely strong. But Ing Mu was no ordinary expert as well. He wasn't just the Ing clan's successor. He was ranked at the second position on the Milky Way rankings. It was obvious that if they fought, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Yang Yi stood up. Head heard the spectators. Even he hadn't expected that the Ing clan's successor would come. Ing Mu suddenly said, Not long ago, a member of my Ing clan died at your hands, right? Yang Yi nodded. Indeed. Ing Mu took a step forward and looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Is a member of my Ing clan someone that you can kill? Yang Yi chuckled, and then he looked Ing Mu in the eyes. Bite me! A wisp of ghastly coldness flashed through Ing Mu's eyes, and then he vanished on the spot. At the same time that he vanished, Yang Yi vanished as well. Bang! As soon as they vanished, a deafening explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi and Ing Mu were blasted backwards. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive right before the city walls, and Ing Mu was pushed over 3 kilometers away. A pitch-black iron rod had suddenly appeared in Ing Mu's grasp. Ing Mu glanced at the iron rod, and he noticed a mark on it. He fell silent for an instant, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. You have some ability. No wonder you dared to act so arrogantly. He stomped his right foot down once he finished speaking. Boom! The entire ground shook violently. It wasn't just the ground, even the people in Sword Immortal City could feel tremors. Ing Mu relied on the counterforce to appear in front of Yang Yi, and then his iron rod slammed down towards Yang Yi's head. He hadn't utilized any techniques, and it was just a simple strike. However, it seemed to contain boundless strength, and the space around Yang Yi was cracked apart. Yang Yi glanced at Ing Mu. His expression remained calm as he stabbed his sword forward. Had never feared to fight anyone in direct combat. Boom! As soon as sword and rod collided, an explosion resounded, and then Ing Mu was blasted away. As for Yang Yi, the ground beneath him collapsed over 30 m deep. Had transferred all the force to the ground. So, the ground beneath him had collapsed. True. Yang Yi glanced at Ing Mu. Ing Mu had comprehended the essence of true. That attack Ing Mu just executed wasn't flashy at all. It just contained strength, pure strength. If it was in the past, he would have definitely been incapable of resisting it. Ing Mu took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to have resisted his attack with such ease. Had underestimated Yang Yi. He fell silent for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. He was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again, and then his iron rod shot towards Yang Yi. Yan Ye's sword arrived before it as soon as it stabbed forward. Yan Ye's sword struck the tip of the rod. In an instant, an ear-piercing explosion resounded. Both of them were blasted backwards repeatedly. But Yang Yi stopped after being pushed just over 10 m back, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Ing Mu. Actually, many hadn't been able to notice this scene at all. Regardless of whether it was Yang Ye's speed or Ing Mu's speed, it had arrived at their limits. So, many couldn't see their movements at all. Ing Mu's expression changed slightly when he saw Yang Yi charge at him. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would be able to disperse the force of the collision with such ease. He didn't have the time to think, and he just twisted his wrist. In an instant, countless rod images appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword arrived. Bang! The rod images were blasted into bits, and then Ing Mu was blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi appeared before him, and a sword immediately stabbed towards his forehead. Ferocity flashed through Ing Mu's eyes. He grabbed the rod with both hands and slammed it down. Boom! Crack! A loud explosion resounded, and the space around them cracked open. At the same time, Yang Yi and Ing Mu were blasted backwards again. An instant later, Yang Yi had stopped himself. A savage smile curled up on his lips as he gazed at Ing Mu, who was still being pushed backwards, and then he appeared in front of Ing Mu before swinging his sword. Ing Mu's pupils constricted because Yang Yi didn't give even the slightest chance to catch his breath. Ing Mu didn't have time to think, and he just raised his rod with both hands to block Yang Yi's attack. He hadn't swung it at Yang Yi because the force created from such a collision would be too great, and Yang Yi's ability to disperse the force acting on himself was much better than him. So, if Ing Mu continued to attack like that, he would be the one who would be at a disadvantage. So, Head blocked Yang Yi's attack instead. Bang! Blocking Yang Yi's attack blasted him almost 6 kilometers away. However, his foot hadn't even touched the ground when Yang Yi appeared in front of him. An instant later, the tip of a sword arrived in front of his forehead just like before. It was swift to the limit. Just like that, Ing Mu was completely suppressed in battle. In just a few breaths of time, had been forced over 30 kilometers back. Ing Mu didn't even have the ability to fight back. At this moment, everyone started doubting Ing Mu. They doubted if he was the real Ing Mu, and they doubted if he really was that Ing Mu who was ranked at the second position on the Milky Way rankings. In their hearts, the top 5 on the Milky Way rankings were like gods. Yet now, Ing Mu actually couldn't even fight back against Yang Yi? Yang Yi and Ing Mu were still fighting fiercely. However, Ing Mu could only defend himself now. Yang Yi's rhythm of attacks were too swift, and it was to the point that Ing Mu didn't even have the chance to catch his breath. Just like that, an entire quarter of an hour passed. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded, and then a figure was blasted flying. It wasn't Ing Mu but Yang Yi. What's going on? Everyone gazed at Ing Mu. At this moment, a beast that looked quite savage had appeared before Ing Mu. The beast was shaped like a tiger, and it had 2 sharp horns that seemed like the horns of a bull. Besides that, there were 3 extremely long tails behind it. The tails were around 15 m long, but the beast itself was only around 30 m long. Yang Yi glanced at his left hand. At this moment, he was almost unable to feel it. He fell silent for a moment, and then he looked up at the beast while a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. What is that thing? Roar! Suddenly, the beast roared with fury at Yang Yi, and then it leaped up and pounced at Yang Yi. It was extremely swift, and it was even faster than Ing Mu. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. He immediately stomped his right foot down, and transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot at the beast. He hadn't chosen to dodge, nor was he able to. Because the beast was absolutely swift. Not only was it fast, it was quite large, so he couldn't evade it at all. Boom! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then the city walls shook violently and almost collapsed. The spectators looked down. At this moment, Yang Yi was below the city walls, and a huge human-shaped impression could be seen above him. Yang Yi's figure had slammed against the wall. Fortunately, the city walls were extremely strong. Otherwise, it may have collapsed from the collision. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at the beast. That beast is really strong. Meanwhile, Ingmu suddenly laughed coldly. How laughable! Yang Yi, that's my Ing clan's guardian beast, the Val Tiger. It's born with divine strength, yet you're actually going head-on against it? How laughable! Yang Yi gazed at Ingmu. So the second on the Milky Way rankings is such trash like you. Calling for help because you're no match for me? TSK. What an embarrassment! The eyes of many carried traces of disdain as they gazed at Ingmu. After all, it was an embarrassment to call for help after losing in a one-on-one battle. Ingmu's face was quite unsightly, but it didn't take long for his face to return to normal. He said, Yang Yi, I'm not here to fight you in single combat. You killed a member of my Ing clan, so it's no different than going against my Ing clan. I'm here to take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the Vile Tiger immediately pounced at Yang Yi. As for Ingmu himself, he charged at Yang Yi as well. Acting shamelessly? So long as he killed Yang Yi, would anyone call him shameless? History was always written by the victor. Help? A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he waved his right hand. Xiongqi instantly appeared in front of him, and then Xiongqi charged at the tiger. Bang! Xiongqi and the tiger slammed against each other, and then the tiger was blasted away. As for Ingmu, he was blasted 3 kilometers away by a swing of Yang Yi's sword. Xiongqi and the Vile Tiger entered into combat. But it only took a while for the tiger to be completely suppressed in battle. Yang Yi glanced at Xiongqi. His strength has improved quite a bit. But it made sense because while he was growing, Xiongqi was growing too. Suddenly, Xiongqi grabbed 2 of the tiger's tails, and then he dragged it along as he charged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. He didn't try to move away, and it only took an instant for Xiongqi and the tiger to enter the primordial pagoda. Perfect. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Ingmu stared at Yang Yi. What did you do to it? Yang Yi glanced at Ingmu. He was just about to speak when an old man suddenly appeared in front of Ingmu. Ingmu gazed at the old man and exclaimed with surprise, Third uncle? What are you doing here? The old man paid no attention to Ingmu. He just gazed at Yang Yi. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to hand it over. Otherwise, it'll make dying a dream for you. Yang Yi started walking in the old man's direction. Let me help you count. 1, 2. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1730 Kill until none are left. Compromise? Of course not. Yang Yi was very well aware of how the clans acted. They were used to being in a position of superiority, so compromising with them would make them think that you fear them. At that time, they would try to take a yard. So, he couldn't make a compromise. Once he did, the potential troubles were endless. Yang Yi gazed at the old man while a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. 3. The old man stared at Yang Yi. Looks like killing a few true realm experts has made you overestimate your ability. He took a step forward once he finished speaking, and he was about to attack. However, the old man's expression changed, and then he vanished on the spot. He was over 1 kilometer away when his figure appeared again. However, as soon as he stopped there, he hadn't even been able to catch his breath when a ray of ghastly cold light assaulted him. The old man's pupils constricted slightly, and he vanished on the spot again. Hiss! The old man's figure vanished on the spot, but one of his arms hadn't left with him. Yang Yi didn't attack again. He withdrew 2 energy pearls and swallowed them, and then he gazed at the old man. There was a trace of solemnness in his eyes. Both the attacks he just executed were split seconds, but he still hadn't been able to kill the old man. The old man's strength was at the third stage of the true realm at least. 2 split seconds weren't able to kill third stage true realm experts, and it could only heavily injure them. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. I have to get even stronger. Split second had a huge amount of space to grow, and he knew that he had to make it stronger. The old man from the Yin clan glanced at his arm, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. At this moment, there was no content in his eyes, and there was only solemnness. If he hadn't reacted quickly, those 2 attacks may have taken his head. They were swift. They were so swift that they posed a huge threat even to him. The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, I didn't expect your strength to be at such a level. No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think that you can fight my Yin clan with just that? Yang Yi chuckled. Fight your Yin clan? Old man, it's your Yin clan that came looking for trouble with me. What? Only your Yin clan's members can kill me, but I can't kill them? The old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, I don't care about that. All I know is that anyone who dares to touch a member of my Yin clan must die. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised his hand and pointed his sword at the old man. Come give it a try. A vicious glow flashed through the old man's eyes. He stretched his hand forward and suddenly clenched it. In an instant, a huge fist that was 300 m wide flashed out from the expanse of space before him, and it slammed down at Yang Yi. But at the moment the huge fist appeared, the old man's expression changed drastically, and then the huge fist instantly shattered. After that, the old man's figure stiffened on the spot. Yang Yi had suddenly appeared behind the old man, and his sword had been exchanged for the wooden sword. The wooden sword. He didn't want to use external sources of strength, but that depended on the circumstances. He wasn't afraid to fight the old man to the death, and he was even 50% confident that he could kill the old man. However, that wasted too much time, and he would definitely suffer heavy injuries. He couldn't afford to suffer injuries right now, because many people were still targeting him. If he was heavily injured, those people would definitely stop hesitating and swarm him. So, he chose to use the wooden sword. Something worth mentioning was that after he promised to take the wooden sword to the secret sect, the wooden sword stopped rejecting him that much. Besides that, he could use it 3 times in a month now. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, that was good news. Many people in the surroundings hadn't realized what had just happened. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and then the old man's head fell off his neck. The spectators were stunned by this scene. He's dead? A true realm expert of the Yin clan was killed just like that. As for Ing Mu, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Because his third uncle was a peak third stage true realm expert. Yet now, his third uncle was dead just like that. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Ing Mu. The latter's expression changed, and he retreated 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi was stunned. That fellow is that afraid of me? Ha ha! Many spectators couldn't help but roar with laughter. Ing Mu's expression became extremely unsightly. Actually, he thought Yang Yi was about to attack him. Because Yang Yi's attacks were extremely swift, had instinctively moved 3 kilometers back. But he hadn't expected that Yang Yi hadn't attacked. So, he was in an embarrassing position. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Tell the person in charge of your Yin clan that I don't want to offend the Yin clan, but am not afraid of it as well. If the Yin clan wants to kill me like the Yang clan does, then feel free to come at me. Ing Mu laughed coldly. Yang Yi! Who do you think you are? Just because... Yang Yi suddenly interrupted Ing Mu. Say another word and you don't have to leave today. Ing Mu's face froze, but he didn't dare to speak a word. He just grunted coldly and vanished on the spot. After he watched Yang Yi kill his third uncle, he didn't have the courage to continue fighting Yang Yi in single combat. Especially when Yang Yi was holding such a powerful weapon. Actually, Yang Yi wasn't able to kill Ing Mu right now. Because that previous attack had completely exhausted the profound energy he just recovered. Unfortunately, Ing Mu wasn't aware of that. Of course, he couldn't kill Yang Yi even if he was aware of that. After all, Yang Yi had Xiongqi with him. After Yingmu left, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and immersed his mind into his body. His divine sense swept the primordial pagoda, and he was stunned because he didn't notice the vile tiger anywhere. Xiongqi suddenly appeared before Yang Yi and asked, "You're looking for that demon beast from before?" Yang Yi nodded. "Where did that fellow go?" Xiongqi pointed at his stomach. "It's in here." Yang Yi was speechless. Xiongqi said, "It was in the true realm. So, devouring its energy will allow me to improve my own strength." Yang Yi smiled. "It's fine. It isn't a big deal." Xiongqi glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. "Be careful. The Ying clan will definitely not let the matter rest." Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi replied. "I know," Xiongqi said. "Kid, your path is still a very long one, and you have a precious treasure in your possession. So, your path is bound to not be easy. The Yang clan may just be the beginning, and the true difficulties are still to come." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiongqi vanished on the spot. "It's still to come." Yang Yi took a deep breath. He refused to think about the future for now. The important matter at hand was to think about how to get through the current difficulties he was facing. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to return to the outside world. At this moment, he didn't dare to get distracted, because someone may launch a surprise attack against him at any moment. After he withdrew 2 energy pearls and consumed them, Yang Yi started to recover his profound energy. He still couldn't leave now, because he hadn't killed enough. The amount he killed was far from sufficient. If he wanted to make the world dare not look for trouble with him, then he had to kill a huge amount, an extremely huge amount. Stop killing with killing. The news of how Yang Yi instantly annihilated True Realm experts was intentionally spread by some, and it swiftly swept towards the surroundings. In the end, fewer and fewer came to look for Yang Yi. At the very least, those without the ability to kill True Realm experts didn't dare to come looking for him. However, some refused to believe that Yang Yi was that strong, and they were still rushing to Sword Immortal City. Wealth could cloud one's judgment. There were also some who were confident in their own ability. As far as they were concerned, the news about Yang Yi instantly killing True Realm experts was definitely just an exaggeration. So, they came to fight him. There were people coming for Yang Yi at practically every moment. Yang Yi didn't refuse any challengers, and he killed them all. Just like that, more and more heads were piled up outside Sword Immortal City. At this point, there were over 2,000 heads there, and a huge area in front of Yang Yi had turned blood red. It was dyed red with blood. Time ticked by. 3 days later, there were over 10,000 heads below the city walls. The heads belonged to Rebirth Realm experts, Zenith Realm experts, and even True Realm experts. Moreover, there were quite a bit of True Realm experts amongst them. The atmosphere throughout the city was quite oppressive. How long is Yang Yi going to kill for? Everyone on the city walls had the same question in their minds. 5 days later, there were over 30,000 heads piled up outside the city, and the ground there had turned completely blood red while the smell of blood filled the air throughout the city. Something worth mentioning was that fewer and fewer were coming to look for Yang Yi. At the same time, Yang Yi's deeds in Sword Immortal City had spread through the medium universe. However, after they were spread, they became slightly exaggerated. For example, the over 30,000 heads piled up there had become over 100,000. Yang Yi was seated cross-legged below the city walls, and the sword precursor was stabbed in the ground before him. Time trickled by. During this period, some people had appeared outside the city, but they immediately turned around and left after seeing the pile of heads behind Yang Yi. There were also some who entered the city and went up the city walls. How many more does Yang Yi intend to kill? How many more do I intend to kill? YY had asked the same question to himself, but he didn't have an answer. In the past, had kept a very low profile, so just about anyone dared to come looking for trouble with him. Yet now, he intended to make a show of strength. He wanted the world to be aware of his strength, and he wanted them to be very well aware that if they dared to look for trouble with him, then they should be prepared to lose their heads. The facts proved that it was quite an effective method. Because at this point in time, there were truly few who came to challenge him, and there were practically no more than 5 that came every day. Suddenly, a woman appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed at the woman, and then he frowned. It's you! If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1731 The Old Man in Taoist Robes. It was none other than Yang Lianshuang. But at this moment, her entire body was covered in mist, so others couldn't discern her appearance at all. Yang Yi asked, "What are you doing here?" She glanced at the heads behind Yang Yi and said, "What do you feel after killing so many?" "Feel?" Yang Yi shrugged. "I don't feel anything," she said. "Treating life like grass. That's the type of person you are." Yang Yi shook his head. "I have my own principles when I kill. They died because they wanted to kill me. Those who kill should be prepared to be killed." "What about you?" she asked. "Are you prepared to be killed?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "You didn't come here just to talk nonsense, right?" She replied, "You don't have to continue killing." "Why?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "I just got used to it." Her eyelids twitched. "Have you gotten addicted to killing?" "Addicted?" Yang Yi was stunned. It didn't take long for his face to turn gloomy. Because he noticed that he actually did feel a slight rush when he killed. "Have I really gotten addicted to killing? If that's true, then aren't I a little abnormal? Don't worry too much about it." Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, "Your slaughter intent is at the zenith rank, so it's very normal that you feel something different when you kill." Yang Yi felt speechless. Yang Lianshuang continued, "I came here to tell you that you've achieved your objective. Presently, everyone in the medium universe knows your name. At this moment, there aren't many who dare to come looking for you. Even the other 7 clans have strictly prohibited their disciples from coming for you." Yang Yi nodded. "No wonder there haven't been many in the last few days. What about the Yang clan? Has the Yang clan done anything?" She fell silent. Yang Yi asked, "What?" She replied, "The Yang clan is very quiet." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She replied, "It hasn't made any moves. However, if I'm not wrong, one of the 2 ancestors of the Yang clan has definitely emerged from his closed-door cultivation." Yang Yi asked, "An expert at the 6th stage of the true realm?" Yang Lianshuang nodded. "Yang Xiao and the others dare not come for you, and they dare not touch me. It's probably because they are waiting for that ancestor of the clan. Once he emerges from his closed-door cultivation, it'll be much easier for them to kill us." Yang Yi asked, "You're no match for that ancestor of the Yang clan?" She glanced indifferently at him and said, "I can if him given another 3 years. But now, he'll definitely die if I face him in battle." "It's the same for you," Yang Yi said. "What do you plan to do?" Yang Lianshuang replied, "What else? Grow stronger. There's another reason why I came to look for you, and it's because I wanted to tell you that you can go to a place." Yang Yi asked, "What place?" "An ancient ruin," she continued. "A newly discovered ancient ruin." Yang Yi asked, "An ancient ruin?" Yang Lianshuang nodded. "It was left behind by a true ancient cultivator." "An ancient cultivator?" Yang Yi fell silent. If he wasn't wrong, the old man in Taoist robes was an ancient cultivator too. Yang Yi remained silent for a while before he gazed at Yang Lianshuang. "Who discovered it?" "The 8 clans." Yang Lianshuang continued. "The 8 clans have always been searching for ruins left behind by ancient cultivators, and they've been constantly launching expeditions, increasing their territory, and subduing worlds. Actually, their true objective is to find ruins left behind by those ancient cultivators." Yang Yi frowned. "They want to take the path that others have taken?" Yang Lianshuang shook her head. It's not good to think like that. The path of cultivation is a never-ending path. Those ancient cultivators are ahead of us, and they know more than us. So, obtaining their inheritance will allow us to rely on their experience to perfect ourselves and improve ourselves. Otherwise, if we rely on ourselves to find our path, how long would it take? Take yourself as an example. The reason you were able to grow to such an extent in such a short while was probably because you obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter, right? A fortuitous encounter! Yang Yi nodded. If he hadn't heard the conversation between the unfettered one and Li Tai Bai, his sword Dao would probably still be at the level it was once at. As for his strength, even if it had grown, it wouldn't have grown to such an extent. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, besides the inheritances of those ancient cultivators, there are the treasures they left behind. Many true rank treasures we have were left behind by those ancient cultivators, and there even are treasures above the true rank. Treasures above the true rank! Needless to say, Yang Yi was quite tempted. Even though he didn't want to rely on treasures now, it was during normal times. But only a fool wouldn't utilize treasures when facing enemies who weren't normal. Just like how he used the wooden sword when facing true realm experts at the 3rd stage or above. Yang Lianshuang said, we can't miss this opportunity. So we must go. Yang Yi thought for a moment and shook his head. I'm worried that the Yang clan will act against Merak's system. You don't have to worry about that. She continued, my people will protect it in secret. If Yang Shao sends his forces there, my forces will act against them. So long as those 2 ancestors of the Yang clan don't interfere, my forces are able to deal with Yang Shao's forces. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, you probably have many people supporting you in the Yang clan, and your forces in the Yang clan must be huge too. Why don't you just rebel against them? Yang Lianshuang shook her head. Even if I kill Yang Shao, it wouldn't make a difference unless I gain the approval of those 2 ancestors. However, they won't agree to let me become the Yang clan's patriarch. Yang Yi asked, so you intend to kill them? Yang Lianshuang replied with a question. What else can I do? Yang Yi glanced at her and said, amazing! Yang Lianshuang didn't say anything in response. She waved her right hand, and a map appeared before Yang Yi. This is the location of the ancient ruin. The 8 clans will open it in 3 days from now, and their disciples will be allowed to enter it. I believe that based on your ability, it shouldn't be a problem for you to sneak in. She paused for a moment and continued, be careful there. Yang Yi gazed at her and asked, it's dangerous? Of course. Yang Lianshuang continued, it's extremely dangerous. You'll know once you get there. She turned around and vanished into the distance. Once she left, Yang Yi stood silently on the spot for quite some time before turning around and entering the city. The expressions of many on the city walls changed when they saw Yang Yi enter the city. Their eyes were filled with fear as they gazed at him, and they were absolutely afraid that he would draw his sword and kill them out of anger. After he entered the city, Yang Yi vanished from their fields of vision. Yang Yi went to the Grand Immortal Pavilion. On the 4th floor, the mysterious woman said, Young Master Yang, you're not welcome in Sword Immortal City. Yang Yi nodded. I'll leave. But I'd like to ask for your help before I do. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. She replied. I refuse. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Then I want leave. She fell silent for a long time before she said, So you're going to be shameless? Yang Yi chuckled. I just want a small favor from you. Seriously, it's very simple. She said. Tell me what it is. Yang Yi said. I'll leave Sword Immortal City. However, I hope that you don't tell anyone that I've left. His goal was very simple. He wanted the Yang clan to think that he was still in Sword Immortal City. In that way, the Yang clan would be afraid, and it wouldn't dare to rashly act against Merak's system. Otherwise, once the Yang clan found out that he was in the ancient ruin, it was very likely that they would send their forces to Merak's system. It wasn't a matter of having trust in Yang Lianshuang. He didn't really know her well, but he could sense that someone like her was extremely proud. Such a person would disdain to lie. However, he refused to place all his hopes on her. So, He wanted the Yang clan to think that he was still in Sword Immortal City. The woman fell silent for a while, and then she said, "All right." Yan Yi cupped his fist in the direction of the screen. "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Suddenly, she said, "You're leaving just like that?" Yan Yi stopped and asked. "Why?" She replied, "I helped you, so aren't you supposed to owe me a favor?" Yan Yi felt speechless. In the end, Yan Yi agreed to owe her a favor, and then he snuck out of Sword Immortal City. In the starry sky, Yan Yi found a safe place and entered the primordial pagoda. Training. His split second wasn't at its limits at all, and it had a huge amount of space to grow. So, he intended to train and try his best to improve its strength. There were no shortcuts when it came to training. Yan Yi kept swinging his sword every single day. Over and over again. He only stopped when he couldn't feel his arm, and then he used the primordial violet energy to heal himself. Just like that, Yan Yi trained madly every single day, and a month passed. Throughout this month, Yan Yi only did a single thing all day, and it was swinging his sword. Swinging his sword incessantly. Now, he could launch 12 attacks in a breath of time, and every single one of them had 21 attacks overlapped within them. Even though it was merely just an extra one, the might of his attacks had increased by 30% at least. Moreover, launching 12 attacks in a breath of time represented that his speed had increased quite a bit. This month of mad training hadn't just improved both his strength and speed, had gained one other thing. He felt that his reaction speed had improved, and it was much faster than before. In short, had improved tremendously in this month. Yan Yi stopped training, and he left the primordial pagoda. Because the ancient ruin was being opened today. Suddenly, Yan Yi frowned and entered the primordial pagoda. He went to the second level because the divining flame wanted to speak with him. When he met the divining flame spoke solemnly. "I sense Master's aura!" The old man in Taoist robes. Yan Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1732 Strange. Very strange. The master of the divining flame was the original owner of the pagoda, of course. The old man in Taoist robes has arrived? This was the first thought that appeared in Yan Yi's head. Meanwhile, the divining flame said, "He isn't here." Yan Yi was puzzled. "Didn't you say that you sensed his aura?" The divining flame replied, "It may be his aura that he left behind in this medium universe, and it isn't him. If it was him, he would have come for us." "Aura he left behind?" Yan Yi frowned slightly. "You're saying that he stayed in the medium universe in the past?" "Of course," the divining flame said. "They comprehended and attained the Tao in the small universe, and then left the small universe for the medium universe." "Of course, it wasn't called the medium universe then." "He wasn't the only one, many other ancient cultivators had once resided in the medium universe. In the end, some left, but some may have not left." He paused for a moment and continued. "The aura I just spoke of may have appeared because his old abode in the medium universe was discovered." "An abode?" Yang Yi was stunned. "Is it that ancient ruin that Yang Lianshuang spoke of?" "It was left behind by the old man in Taoist robes." Yang Yi hurriedly asked. "Do you know its location?" The divining flame replied. "I don't." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Weren't you by his side? Why don't you know?" "It has been too long," the divining flame said. "Moreover, my consciousness hadn't fully formed at that time. So, I know very little about the medium universe." Yang Yi asked. "Can you follow the aura and find the abode?" "I can't," the divining flame explained. "The aura appeared just now, but it vanished a moment later." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and said, "Let's put it aside for now and head to that ancient ruin." He vanished from the primordial pagoda once he finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished on the spot. Over 1,000,000 kilometers away from Sword Immortal City was a mountain. The mountain was over 30 kilometers tall and stretched from over 50 kilometers. It was eternally covered in mist, so its true form was impossible to discern. It was called Moment Mountain. It was where the ancient ruin was discovered by the 8 clans, and it was Yang Yi's destination. The 8 clans hadn't notified the public of their discovery. It was naturally because they wanted to keep it for themselves. Of course, even if others found out, they wouldn't dare to try and get in while the 8 clans had joined forces. At the foot of Moment Mountain, there were 8 old men here. All of them were true realm experts. There was a thin blue barrier of light not too far away from them, and it was right before a cave entrance. At this moment, there was a gap in the barrier. Meanwhile, all 8 of them attacked once more. 8 beams of light that were in various different colors slammed against the barrier. Boom! The barrier shook violently, but it didn't shatter, but more cracks had appeared on it. They continued their assault. Around an hour later, a loud explosion suddenly resounded through the silence of Moment Mountain, and then the entire mountain shook violently while the barrier of light shattered. Another hour later, rays of light surged over through the sky, and then figures descended before the 8 old men. There were over 30 of them, and all of them were at the age of 30 or below. They were the successors, young masters, and young misses of the 8 clans. Suddenly, an old man in luxurious robes gazed at an old man in violet robes. Yang Lin, is your clan's Yang Yi not coming? Yang Yi! Everyone gazed at Yang Lin when they heard this name. Presently, everyone throughout the medium universe had heard of Yang Yi's name. Especially Yang Yi's deeds outside Sword Immortal City, it had shocked the entire medium universe. However, many were looking at Yang Lin right now, but most of their eyes had amusement and ridicule in them. The Yang clan had 2 geniuses, Yang Lianshuang and Yang Yi. But they were very well aware that the Yang clan's relationship with both those geniuses wasn't very good. There was no need to mention their relationship with Yang Yi, as it was obvious that it would only end with the death of one party. There was no room for reconciliation. As for Yang Lianshuang, it was common knowledge that the rules set by the Yang clan's ancestor prohibited a female patriarch. Actually, it was very normal, and they understood it well. Because their own clans didn't allow it either. Women would be married off in the end. Once they were married, wouldn't the Yang clan belong to someone else? Even though the likelihood of that was quite small, the Yang clan wouldn't take that risk. However, Yang Lianshuang's natural talent was too great, and she was too strong. She was so strong that the Yang clan was barely able to suppress her. It was exactly the most depressing thing that the Yang clan faced. If Yang Lianshuang was male, then she would definitely be the next patriarch. Unfortunately, she wasn't, and it was exactly why irreconcilable conflict arose between Yang Lianshuang and many higher-ups of the Yang clan. Needless to say, the Yang clan was quite pitiable. It had 2 peerless geniuses, but both couldn't be of use to the Yang clan. While it was a pity for the Yang clan, it was great news for the other clans. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. They wished for nothing more than to see the Yang clan engage in internal strife. Yang Lin's face was quite unsightly. He gazed at the old man in luxurious robes and replied, Yeah, Yang Yi isn't a member of my Yang clan anymore. Right, I heard 2 members of the Ying clan have died at his hands, but your Ying clan hasn't done anything about it. That isn't like your Ying clan. The old man called Ying Ye grunted coldly. What? Your Yang clan can't deal with its own problems and needs my Ying clan to clean up for you? Yang Lin spoke indifferently. That's my Yang clan's business. Your Ying clan has no need to worry about it. Ying Ye laughed coldly. I'm afraid that the Yang clan will fail, and it'll even get overturned by Yang Yi. If that really does happen, then it'll definitely laugh my head off. Yang Lin spoke indifferently. Don't worry, your head will stay where it is. Yang Yi laughed coldly and didn't say a word. Actually, the Ying clan didn't fear Yang Yi, and it was confident in its ability to kill Yang Yi. But the Ying clan didn't do so, and it had decided against doing so. It was because it wanted the Yang clan and Yang Yi to engage in internal strife. Actually, the relationship between the Yang clan and Ying clan wasn't very good, and it was slightly related to Yang Yi as well. It was because Yang Yi's father had killed the successor of the Ying clan during his time. At that time, Yang Yi's father was famous throughout the medium universe, and even the Ying clan and Ku clan had to temporarily shrink back before him. They didn't dare to go head-on against him. So, the Ying clan had swallowed their grievances then, but it had never forgotten it. They felt that it was a humiliation for the Ying clan. So, it really hoped that problems would arise in the Yang clan. That was why the Ying clan hadn't taken revenge after Yang Yi killed 2 members of the Ying clan. Meanwhile, the Wu clan's elder stepped forward. There's no need to argue on such meaningless things. I have something to discuss with all of you. That barrier before us remains so strong even after being corroded by countless years of time. So, it's obvious how strong its original owner was. He paused for a moment and continued. So, I think that we should go in there with those little fellows. That would make it meaningless. The elder from the Ku clan spoke indifferently. I agree that the owner of this abode was definitely not an ordinary person. However, why have we asked these little fellows to come here? It isn't merely for the sake of fighting for treasures, it's mostly for the sake of tempering them. If we go with them, how will they temper themselves? The elder from the Lu clan nodded. I agree. We brought them here to temper themselves and not to play. Moreover, we can't avoid fighting if we go in there. I believe all of you don't want that to happen, right? The others nodded to display their agreement. The elder from the Wu clan and the other elders nodded as well, and then they moved aside. Meanwhile, Ying Ye glanced at the youths here. Remember that your fate is your own responsibility in there. If you die in there, we want to avenge you regardless of who killed you. It was an unspoken rule. Because if they took revenge, it was very likely to cause war between the clans, and no one could afford that. The youths nodded. They didn't say a word and just flashed into the abode. After everyone entered the above, the elders of the 8 clans hid themselves within space. Once they left, some people appeared in the surroundings, and those people swiftly entered the abode as well. The 8 of them didn't stop those people. It was an unspoken rule as well. The 8 clans didn't try to keep everyone else out. After all, even if they were having the meat, they had to leave some soup for others. Otherwise, incurring public wrath wouldn't be beneficial to them at all. Because those who were able to find out about the ancient ruin here were definitely not ordinary people. Time trickled by. During this time, some people were ceaselessly sneaking into the abode, and the 8 clans didn't stop them. Yang Yi had entered without a problem as well. As soon as he entered the cave, the divining flame's voice resounded in his mind. Kid, be careful. This place is slightly strange. No, it isn't just slightly strange, it's very strange. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1733 Evil Cultivators. Yang Yi stopped and hid in a corner. Yang Yi asked, Strange? The divining flame spoke solemnly. Very strange. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The divining flame replied solemnly. The aura of evil exists here. Yang Yi asked. The aura of evil? Be a little more specific. The divining flame spoke solemnly. Amongst the ancient cultivators were human cultivators, demon cultivators, devil cultivators, and evil cultivators. The evil cultivators were the most mysterious amongst them, and they specialized in diverting from the normal path. It was why they cultivated very quickly, but they were the most abnormal as well. After all, only those who weren't normal would choose to do that. Yang Yi asked. Tai's abode belongs to an evil cultivator? The divining flame replied. It's very likely. The reason I called it strange was because evil cultivators had practically gone extinct at that time. Yang Yi asked. Why? The divining flame spoke solemnly. They incurred public wrath. The first group of evil cultivators had been able to cultivate very quickly due to the abnormal way they cultivated, so many followed them. This made many other cultivators become evil cultivators as well. However, they obtained strength through extreme methods, and such strength didn't last long. In the end, problems arose in all of them, and many of them paid with their lives. Yang Yi asked. So, the other cultivators joined forces to annihilate them? Yes. The Divine Flame explained. The first batch of evil cultivators were practically annihilated, so the rest couldn't escape death. After that, evil cultivators ceased to exist in the Milky Way system. But I never expected the aura of evil cultivators to exist here. Of course, most importantly, I sense Master's aura here as well. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched. You sense your Master's aura here? The Divine Flame replied. Yes. So it represents that he has been here. The old man in Taoist robes has been here. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he said, Let's go have a look. He glanced at the surroundings once he finished speaking. After entering the cave, Yang Yi noticed that there was a world behind it. Because he noticed that stars filled the area above him, and it represented that the entire mountain was empty. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot before moving forward. At this moment, he was covered in a black robe. Coupled with the sword domain's ability to conceal him, even a true realm expert couldn't discern his true appearance. Had put his sword away as well. He didn't want to expose himself unless he had no other choice. It was silent. All along the way, the surroundings were extremely quiet, and there hadn't been a single sound. When a place was quiet to such an extent, it was quite abnormal. Yang Yi remained vigilant at all times. H! Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded from Yang Yi's left. He stopped and shot a glance in that direction, but he didn't go over and just withdrew his gaze before continuing forward. He naturally didn't intend to be a busybody, nor did he have any intention to go watch. Only someone who had nothing better to do would draw trouble to oneself. Those who dared to come here should be prepared to die. Ruins had never been a safe place. Most importantly, the people here were usually the most dangerous. After walking for almost a quarter of an hour, Yang Yi suddenly frowned. Because had heard no less than 10 shrill cries all along the way. The shrill cries carried boundless pain and terror. It didn't sound like the shrill cries which came from people who were being killed. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up towards the distance. There was a mire not too far away from him, and it was bubbling right now. A moment later, a rotting corpse stood up there. After that, it suddenly appeared before Yang Yi and slapped its palm at him. Yang Yi clenched his left fist and slammed it forward. Boom! An explosion resounded. Yang Yi was blasted 300 m back, but the corpse remained on the spot. What the heck is that? Yang Yi frowned. He hadn't expected the corpse to be that strong and blast him backward with a single slap. Suddenly Yang Yi's expression changed. He looked down at his left hand, and he noticed that it was decaying rapidly. Yang Yi was shocked. He quickly circulated primordial violet energy, and his hand was instantly repaired. Yang Yi looked up at the rotting corpse, and there was a trace of solemnness in his eyes. Meanwhile, the corpse vanished on the spot, and it was in front of him when it appeared again. At the same time, it raised its shriveled-up hand and slammed its palm at him again. Bang! The space around Yang Yi shook violently before it. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly, and he slammed his fist forward again. This time, he hadn't held back and used his full strength. Boom! As soon as palm and fist collided, Yang Yi was blasted over 100 m away again, and the rotting corpse was pushed over 30 m back. Yang Yi was truly shocked this time. It was actually that strong. Yang Yi gazed at the rotting corpse. While its body was rotting, its eyes were completely fine, but they were filled with viciousness. Meanwhile, the corpse shot explosively in his direction. Yang Yi's expression changed and was about to attack, but a ray of sword energy flashed. It was extremely swift and instantly slammed against the corpse's chest. Bang! The corpse was pushed backwards repeatedly, and it was pushed over 30 m before it finally stopped. However, there wasn't even a dent in its body. Yang Yi looked to his left. A woman had suddenly appeared there, and Yang Yi was stunned when he saw her. It was because he knew her. It was the Ku clan's Kuzhui. Kuzhui glanced at Yang Yi. Have we met? Why do you feel very familiar to me? Yang Yi was stunned, and he shook his head. We haven't. His voice sounded hoarse, and it was very different from his normal voice. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. She gazed at him for a long time before she said, This rotting corpse isn't ordinary, and there may be more ahead. How about we join forces? Yang Yi thought for a moment before he nodded. All right. Okay, attack. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the corpse. Yang Yi naturally didn't just watch. He charged at the corpse as well. After all, it was quite difficult for him to deal with this corpse without using his sword. However, the corpse didn't fall into a disadvantage at all while facing their joint forces. The main reason was its defenses. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi's fist or Ku Zi's sword, they weren't able to penetrate its defenses. At this moment, their faces became extremely solemn. Obviously, they hadn't expected the corpse to be that strong. A short while later, Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Retreat! Had realized that he wouldn't be able to kill it without using his sword, because its defenses were countless times stronger than his own. If this battle continued, it would only be a waste of time and energy. Kuzhi nodded. She didn't attack again, and just transformed into a ray of light that shot off into the distance. Yang Yi stomped his right foot on the ground and shot off like an arrow that left the bow. However, the rotting corpse followed closely behind them, and it gradually showed signs of catching up to Kuzhui. Because her speed was much inferior when compared to Yang Yi. Yang Yi's speed was being enhanced by the spatial laws and laws of speed, so even if he didn't use his sword to fly, his speed wasn't something that just anyone could compare to. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment when he saw it catching up to her, and then he turned around and charged at the rotting corpse. There was some conflict between him and the Ku clan, but his relationship with her wasn't bad. So, he couldn't just stand by idly and watch it catch up to her. Yang Yi was extremely swift. He instantly arrived before the rotting corpse and slammed his fist forward. Boom! The rotting corpse was blasted over 100 m away, and he was pushed over 30 m back as well. Moreover, cracks had appeared on his fist. Kuzhui glanced at Yang Yi and asked, Are you alright? Yang Yi shook his head and gazed at the corpse. Do you know what the heck that is? Kuzhui shook her head. I don't know. However, it should be a being from the ancient times. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. What should we do now? Yang Yi cracked his neck and said, What else can we do? Since we can't outrun it, then we have to fight it. Kuzhui was about to speak when the rotting corpse arrived before them. She hurriedly drew his sword while Yang Yi slammed his fist forward again. Bang! Boom! The rotting corpse was blasted 300 m away, but it wasn't harmed at all. At the same time, the vicious glow in its eyes grew stronger. Kuzhui glanced at Yang Yi's left hand. At this moment, his hand was blood red because blood had seeped out from it after it cracked open from the collision. She fell silent for a moment, and then she flipped her right hand. A sword appeared before Yang Yi as she said, Use that sword! Yang Yi was stunned when he saw the sword, and then he shook his head. I don't know how to use a sword, she replied. You don't have to use sword techniques. Just swing it. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and he was just about to speak when the ground not too far away from them trembled. After that, a few dozen rotting corpses emerged from the ground. As soon as he saw the rotting corpse, Yang Yi was stunned, and then his face became extremely unsightly. He couldn't help but curse. Fuck! If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1734. There's something down there. There were an entire 35 rotting corpses before them. Yan Yi and Kujui's scalps couldn't help but feel numb when faced with such a number. After all, just a single rotting corpse had been quite difficult to deal with for them, let alone 35. They didn't think about why there were so many rotting corpses here because they didn't have the time to think. Flee! Flee immediately! That was what ran through their minds at this moment, and it was what they did. They didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. At the moment he saw those 35 corpses, Yan Yi knew that he couldn't deal with them even if he drew his sword. Because every single one of them was extremely terrifying, and it would be difficult to instantly kill them even if he used the wooden sword. Perhaps 2 successive attacks would be able to kill them. But he didn't have that much profound energy to last that many attacks. Flee! At this moment, Yan Yi and Kujui raised their speed to their limits. However, Kujui's speed was limited, so the rotting corpses were getting closer and closer to her. When they were about to catch up to her, Yan Yi suddenly appeared in front of her. Yan Yi disregarded everything and just wrapped his left arm around her waist, and then he stomped his right foot down. He relied on the counterforce to shoot forward like a cannonball with her. Kujui's body had stiffened slightly. She was clearly not used to this, but she didn't resist. Yan Yi's speed decreased when bringing someone along with him, but it was still faster than the rotting corpses. Just like that, the distance between them and the corpses grew greater and greater. However, the rotting corpses behind them were still pursuing them and showed no signs of giving up. Both of their faces grew even more unsightly when they noticed this. Suddenly, Kujui exclaimed while pointing towards the distance. "Look!" Yan Yi looked over. There was an ancient city not too far ahead of them. Yan Yi was delighted by the sight of it and sped up. They grew closer and closer to the city. They were about to enter it when a huge barrier of light appeared around the city, and a beam of dazzling light surged out from it and shot in their direction. Yan Yi's expression changed slightly. He released Kujui and slammed his left fist forward. Boom! The beam of light shattered while both Yan Yi and Kujui were blasted to the ground. Suddenly, a group appeared on the city walls. The man who led the group was a familiar face to Yan Yi. It was none other than Ingmu. Ingmu glanced at Yan Yi and Kujui. "So it's the Ku clan." Kujui cupped her fist in Ingmu's direction and said, "Brother Ing, please deactivate the formations and let us enter the city." "Deactivate the formation?" Ingmu laughed coldly. "Sorry, I can't." Kujui frowned. "Why?" Ingmu spoke indifferently. "Because those rotting corpses are behind both of you." Kujui spoke in a low voice. "Brother Ing, it'll take them 10 breaths of time to get here. We have more than enough time if you deactivate the formation now." Ingmu grinned. "Young girl from the Ku clan, I've always heard that the Ku clan is very mysterious, but we've never known what's mysterious about your Ku clan. Why don't you widen our horizons today?" Kujui's face fell. At this moment, how could she not understand what he meant? Actually, it was normal. Even though the Ing clan held the title of number 1 clan in the medium universe of the Milky Way system, everyone felt that the Ku clan wasn't inferior to the Ing clan. Even though they hadn't openly entered into conflict with each other, they did fight each other in secret. Actually, to be precise, all the 8 clans fought each other in secret. Meanwhile, the rotting corpses had arrived just 3 kilometers behind Yan Yi and Kujui. Based on their speed, it would only take 3 breaths of time for them to arrive before Yan Yi and Kujui. Kujui intended to reason with Ingmu, but Yan Yi waved his hand in her direction. He looked up at Ingmu and said, "Little bastard, I'll ask you one last time. Will you deactivate the formation or not?" Ingmu's face fell. A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through his eyes. "Say that one more time?" Yan Yi didn't speak. He just wrapped his left arm around Kujui's waist and flashed over to the city wall. After that, he let her go, and then he placed his left palm on the city gates. As soon as Yan Yi's palm was placed on the city gates, a thin barrier of light instantly appeared on it. However, as soon as it appeared, it was corroded by a strand of mysterious force and turned ethereal. The laws of decay. The barrier of light grew more and more ethereal while being corroded by the laws of decay. A moment later, the barrier of light on the city gates vanished completely. As soon as that happened, Yan Yi clenched his left fist and slammed it forward. Boom! The city gate shattered, and then Yan Yi and Ku Jui entered the city. However, they hadn't noticed that the rotting corpses had stopped a short distance before the city. The vicious gaze in their eyes was transformed into fear when they looked at the city. It didn't take long for Ing Mu and the others to watch with astonishment as the rotting corpses actually retreated slowly, and it didn't take long for the rotting corpses to vanish from their fields of vision. Ing Mu and the others exchanged glances when they witnessed this, and they saw bewilderment in all their eyes. Meanwhile, Ing Mu suddenly said, "Everyone, I'm sure you realize that this abode is filled with danger. We'll only be able to survive by working together. So, I suggest that we stay united. What do you think?" The others exchanged glances and nodded. Everyone capable of coming here was no fool, and their strength was beyond doubt. After all, how could someone without sufficient strength dare to come here? There were at least over 50 people here. If they joined forces, they were even capable of going head-on with the group of rotting corpses from before. A man suddenly asked, "Brother Ing, what should we do now?" The others gazed at Ing Mu as well. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Ing Mu wasn't just the successor of the Ing clan, he was the number 2 expert on the Milky Way rankings. So, he fully deserved to be their leader. Ing Mu glanced at the surroundings and said, "Forget those corpses for now. Let's hide and wait for dawn." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot, and the others quickly followed him. After they entered the city, Yang Yi noticed that the city was extremely quiet, or it should be described as deathly silent. Besides Ing Mu's group from before, he didn't see another soul here. As for why the corpses hadn't followed them, both Yang Yi and Ku Jui were puzzled. However, they didn't think too much about it, and just found a place to hide. In a run-down old hall, Yang Yi and Ku Jui sat cross-legged. Yang Yi withdrew an energy pearl and flicked it over to her. She glanced at it, didn't say a word, and just swallowed it. Yang Yi smiled. "You're not afraid it's poisoned?" Ku Jui glanced at Yang Yi. "If you intended to harm me, you could have just left me there, and I would have died." Yang Yi chuckled and spoke seriously. "Right, you're the only one representing the Ku clan?" she asked. "What do you actually want to know?" Yang Yi replied. "You're probably not the strongest in the Ku clan, right?" Ku Jui shook her head. "My older brother is the strongest in the Ku clan's younger generation. However, he's charging into the second stage of the true realm. So, he couldn't come." She paused for a moment and continued. "I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Neither did I." This place was quite terrifying indeed. Even true realm experts would probably not dare to face those rotting corpses head-on, and the most terrifying part was that there were so many of them here. Ku Jui suddenly asked, "Which clan are you from?" Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at her, and spoke indifferently. "I'm just an independent cultivator." "An independent cultivator." She glanced at him and was about to speak when Yang Yi said, "Forget that for now. Recover your profound energy first." As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew 2 energy pearls and consumed them, and then he closed his eyes. After he saw those rotting corpses, Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly in the slightest. In the beginning, he'd felt that there probably wasn't anything in this place that could harm him. After all, he was quite confident in his own strength. But now, he knew that if he still maintained such thoughts, then he wouldn't be far from death. Because besides having to be careful of those rotting corpses, he still had to be careful of the other cultivators in this damnable place. Sometimes, men were more terrifying than those rotting corpses. Time trickled by. Yan Ye's profound energy had almost completely recovered. He glanced at Ku Jui, and he saw that she was staring at him. Yan Ye asked, "What?" She replied, "Do we know each other?" Yan Ye shook his head. She frowned slightly. "Then why do you feel very familiar to me?" Yan Yi spoke indifferently. "It might be a misconception." Kuzhui was about to speak when the ground suddenly trembled. They exchanged glances, and then they vanished on the spot. After they left the hall, they glanced at the surroundings. There was nothing in the surroundings, but the ground was still trembling. It was late at night. Even though the surroundings were illuminated by moonlight, it still seemed extremely mysterious. Yang Yi gazed at the ground for a long time before he said, "There's something down there." Kuzhui nodded with agreement. Suddenly, their expressions changed, and they immediately soared into the air. Once they arrived in midair, numerous pairs of hands suddenly emerged from the ground, and all of them were blood red. Chapter 1735 No! No! I refuse! Blood-red hands. Countless pairs of blood-red hands had suddenly shot up from the ground, and it caused their scalps to go numb. The ground was still shaking. Those hands were moving upwards violently, and they seemed like they were trying to climb up from beneath the ground. Yang Yi frowned. "What the hell is that?" Kuzhui shook her head. "I don't know." The ground was still trembling violently, and the hands were emerging more and more from beneath the ground. If this continued, the people below the ground would definitely come up to ground level. Yang Yi glanced at the ground. At this moment, he noticed that the ground was covered in markings that were fine like worms. The marks were glowing faintly right now, but it was very faint and seemed like it would vanish at any moment. It wasn't just the ground, even the walls had those markings. However, they had been hidden before this, and they only became visible once the hands emerged from the ground. Yang Yi immediately came to an understanding once he saw those marks. Something was definitely being sealed within this city. Kuzhui gazed at Yang Yi. "What do we do now?" "What else?" Yang Yi rolled his eyes. "Flee, of course." Even though he didn't know what was sealed down there, he was sure it wasn't anything good. Perhaps it may even be more terrifying than the rotting corpses. Kuzhui nodded and displayed her agreement. They didn't say another word and just left. It didn't take long for them to leave the city. Yang Yi stood in midair and glanced at the surroundings, and then his face fell. His current vision was capable of seeing very far away, yet now, he could only see within an area of 3 kilometers. As for the area outside that scope of 3 kilometers, everything was blurry. At this moment, he didn't really dare to move about rashly. After all, they would be in trouble if they encountered that group of rotting corpses again. Suddenly, a few dozen people emerged from the city. Kuzhui's face fell at the sight of them. Because it was Ingmu's group. Ingmu was stunned when he saw Yang Yi and Kuzhui, and then a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "Enemies always meet." Kuzhui glanced at Ingmu and remained silent. Ingmu was about to speak when the expressions of everyone here changed. All of them looked towards the city. A group of blood-red men had suddenly appeared on the city walls, and those men were staring at them. They felt their hairs stand on end when being stared at by those blood-red men. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly wrapped his left arm around Kuzhui's waist. She glanced at him and didn't say anything. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. No one moved. No one dared to act rashly right now. "Let's go." Suddenly Ingmu waved his right hand, and then he shot towards the distance. Yang Yi took Kuzhui with him as he vanished on the spot as well. The others flashed towards the distance as well. After they arrived around 3 kilometers away, Yang Yi turned around and shot a glance back at the city. He was shocked by what he saw. Because the city walls were covered in blood-red figures now, and those figures were staring at them. Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at the blood-red figures, and then he sped up. It didn't take long for him to vanish into the darkness. However, he hadn't gone far before he stopped, and both Kuzhui and Yang Yi had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Because numerous rotting corpses weren't very far ahead of them, and there were a few dozen of them. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and his face fell when he saw the situation in the surroundings. It was because he noticed that rotting corpses were wandering throughout the darkness. In other words, the surroundings were filled with them. Kuzhui had noticed that too, so she immediately gazed at Yang Yi. "What should we do? What should we do?" Kill our way through? Yan Yi shook his head because he didn't know how many corpses were there in the darkness. If they were endless, then would both of them be finished? He couldn't kill that many rotting corpses even if he wielded his sword. But why are these terrifying things in this place? Yan Ye's brows were knit tightly together. Actually, it was very unusual. These beings would definitely cause a storm of blood if they left this place. Because these rotting corpses weren't just strong, there were a huge number of them too. Why are these terrifying beings here? Meanwhile, Kuzhi suddenly said, "They are approaching." Yan Yi fell silent for a moment and said, "Let's head back." As soon as he finished speaking, he wrapped his left arm around Kuzhi's waist and left. He noticed that there were no rotting corpses around the city. Obviously, the corpses didn't dare to get close to the city. As for the blood-red figures in the city, weren't they just blood-red figures? He could turn blood-red too. Kuzhi asked, "Are we really going to go back there?" Yan Yi nodded. "Do you know another idea?" she suddenly asked. "You can escape if you're by yourself, right?" Yan Yi glanced at her and nodded. "Those rotting corpses couldn't stop him if he was alone," she asked. "Why are you helping me?" Yan Yi shook his head slightly and remained silent. He had quite a good impression of her. If it wasn't for her help, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Ku clan, and he wouldn't have been able to gain the soul-nurturing tree to save Little Sky. Snowy had taken the soul-nurturing tree from the Ku clan in order to save Little Sky, and he'd always felt quite guilty about that. But he had no other choice because he wasn't sure that just a branch of the tree was enough to save Little Sky. So, now that he'd met Kuzhi here, and she was in trouble, he wasn't able to just stand by idly and watch her die. Kuzhi glanced at him, and didn't say a word. It didn't take long for them to arrive back below the city walls. There were many blood-red figures still standing on the city walls. Needless to say, seeing so many blood-red figures during such a silent night was quite horrifying. The blood-red figures gazed at Yan Yi and Kuzhi when they saw them return. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. The blood-red figures didn't descend the city walls, and they just stared at Yan Yi and Kuzhi. Kuzhi suddenly said, "They don't seem to be able to get down here." Yan Yi nodded. Those blood-red figures seemed like they couldn't leave the city, so it was a good thing for them, of course. Even though he didn't know how strong those blood-red figures were, he had no doubt that they were not easy to deal with, and they may even be more terrifying than the rotting corpses. Suddenly, Kuzhi and Yan Yi looked towards the distance. Over 20 figures were rushing over in their direction. They were led by Ingmu. Yan Yi glanced at Ingmu's group. He noticed that over a dozen from Ingmu's group had vanished. Moreover, all of them carried a varying degree of injuries. Obviously, they'd encountered the rotting corpses. Ingmu glanced coldly at Yan Yi and Kuzhi in silence. No matter how stupid he was, he wouldn't enter into conflict with Yan Yi and Kuzhi right now. After all, they were in a very bad situation right now. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed because the rotting corpses appeared 3 kilometers away from them. However, those rotting corpses didn't come any closer and seemed to be afraid of something. Kuzhi asked in a low voice, "What do we do now?" "Wait," Yan Yi said. "Wait until dawn arrives." She asked, "What if they're still here after dawn arrives?" Yan Yi spoke indifferently. "Then wait for death." He was definitely incapable of defeating that many rotting corpses. As for the blood-red figures in the city, they were absolutely more terrifying than the rotting corpses. Silence filled the surroundings. No one said a word, but their expressions were extremely solemn. Regardless of whether it was the blood-red figures on the city walls or the corpses, both were a huge threat to all of them. They couldn't win if the corpses charged at them, and they weren't confident in their ability to face those blood-red figures. Just like that, the 3 parties entered into a stalemate. Time ticked by. Only 2 hours were left before dawn, but their expressions had grown even more solemn. The moment before dawn was the darkest moment, and that was no joke. Right when everyone was wading through this torment, creak! Suddenly, the sound of a door opening resounded through the silence. Their expressions changed when they heard that, and then they gazed towards the entrance of the city. They watched as a woman in a red dress walked out from there. The woman was around the age of 20. She was extremely beautiful to the point it took one's breath away. Even Yan Ye's breath was taken away by her beauty. She was truly gorgeous. Amongst the women he knew, there wasn't a single one who could surpass her, and they could only rival her at most. Yan Yi wasn't the only one. Ing Mu and the others had their breaths taken away too. Some men were worse, and they actually seemed infatuated. She walked slowly in their direction. Many people immediately returned to their senses when they saw this, and then vigilance covered their faces. Even though they were shocked by her beauty, they weren't ordinary experts, so they wouldn't allow their lower bodies to control them. It didn't take long for her to swiftly arrive before Yang Yi and the others. After that, her gaze descended onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi instantly had a bad feeling when she gazed at him. "Come with me!" She turned around and started walking about once she finished speaking. Everyone here gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head. "No! No! I refuse!" She didn't stop and just continued forward, but her voice entered their ears. "The formation in the city will be at its weakest in 15 minutes from now. At that time, all of them will be able to come down here. They'll be able to come down." Yan Ye's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Actually, I was just joking. I'm coming." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately went after the woman. The others were rendered speechless by this. Chapter 1736 Mysterious Woman. Yan Yi had decisively chosen to enter the city when he found out those blood-red figures could come down here. What a joke! If the blood-red figures could descend the city walls, then he would definitely be unable to resist them. Yan Yi took a few steps before turning to look at Kuzhui, and then he gazed at the woman in a red dress. "Can I bring my friend along?" she replied. "Yes." Yan Yi waved at Kuzhui. The latter hesitated for a moment before flashing over to his side. Meanwhile, Ing Mu suddenly said, "Miss, can we go in the city with you?" The woman in a red dress stopped. She glanced at Ing Mu's group and turned to look at Yang Yi. "Are they your friends?" Yang Yi quickly shook his head. The woman nodded. She didn't say anything and just continued into the city. Ing Mu's expression became extremely gloomy. He remained silent for a moment and suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Brother, all of us came from the outside. It's fate that allowed us to meet each other here, so why act like this?" "Act like this?" Yang Yi laughed coldly and turned to look at Ing Mu. "Then why didn't you deactivate the formation so that we could come in? Did you think about fate then?" Ing Mu was about to say something when Yang Yi suddenly waved his hand. "Save it! Good luck! Bye!" Yang Yi turned around and entered the city. Repay enmity with kindness? Yang Yi would never do something like that. He liked to take an eye for an eye. He treated others in the same way that they treated him. Ing Mu and the others' faces were extremely unsightly. Around 15 minutes later, the blood-red figures on the city walls suddenly looked down at Ing Mu's group, causing their expressions to change. "Run!" Ing Mu didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish on the spot. The others with him vanished on the spot as well. Meanwhile, the blood-red figures on the city walls transformed into rays so blood-red light that leaped down the city walls. In an instant, rays of blood-red light filled the silent night sky. Monsters were flying through the sky. After he entered the city with the woman in a red dress, Yang Yi noticed many blood-red figures in the surroundings. Those blood-red figures stared at him and Kuzhui, but they didn't approach them. Even then, Yang Yi was still vigilant, and he was prepared to draw his sword if they attacked. He wasn't foolish enough to continue concealing his strength at a time like this. Meanwhile, the woman who led their group said, "Don't worry. They won't attack you." Yang Yi glanced at her. "What are they?" She sped up as she spoke. "You'll find out in a moment." Yang Yi sped up as well. It didn't take long for her to lead them to a run-down palace. Even though it looked very old on the outside, the inner area was very new and luxurious. She walked to the seat of the host and sat there, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. You possess Zenith rank slaughter intent, right? Yang Yi nodded. That's why you asked me to come with you? She shook her head slightly. I sense the aura of a certain person on you. You should know him. Yang Yi asked. Who? She fell silent for a long time before she replied. An old man in Taoist robes who holds a horsetail whisk. The old man in Taoist robes. Yang Ye's expression changed. You know him? She glanced at Yang Yi. You do know him. Yang Yi nodded. I do. But how do you know him? She fell silent for a long time before she replied. The seal on this city is something he casually placed here that day. Yang Yi asked. Why did he come here? She shook her head slightly. He was just passing by, and he only entered because there were evil cultivators here. Evil cultivators? Yang Yi asked. There are evil cultivators here? She gazed at Yang Yi. Those rotting corpses and those blood-red figures are all evil cultivators. Or I should say that besides all of you who came in from the outside world, everything you see here is an evil cultivator. Including me. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Kuzhi asked. What are evil cultivators? Yang Yi shook his head. I'll explain later. He gazed at the woman in a red dress and continued. According to my knowledge, evil cultivators went extinct all those years ago. You know quite a lot, she replied. You're right. The evil cultivators incurred public wrath and the other cultivators joined forces to annihilate evil cultivators. But you must realize that it happened in the small universe, and this is the medium universe. Moreover, there were so many evil cultivators, so how could they have possibly annihilated all of them? She paused for a moment and continued. The reason there are so many evil cultivators here is my father. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Your father? Yang Yi was puzzled. He's an evil cultivator? She nodded. A very formidable evil cultivator. He was like a founding ancestor amongst them, and he escaped the pursuit of those powerful experts in the small universe. After he arrived in the medium universe, he formed his own organization. Yang Yi asked. And he taught others how to become evil cultivators? She shook her head. He didn't. Because he knew better than anyone about the flaws of this path. After he arrived here, he started to research like a madman. He researched the flaws of evil cultivation, and he hoped to find a method to resolve the side effects of the speed of cultivation that evil cultivators possessed. After countless years of research, he found it, and then he started teaching others. Yang Yi glanced at her. Those people in the city don't look normal to me. She nodded. They aren't normal at all. In the beginning, for safety's sake, he didn't allow outsiders to cultivate his technique, and he let me do it. He was very strong, so even if there were issues during my cultivation, he would be able to resolve it in time. However, my strength rose rapidly, but nothing happened, so he started to accept disciples. Yang Yi asked, what happened in the end? She fell silent for a long time before she replied. Actually, his method wasn't wrong. His mistake was that he'd overlooked something, and it was my physique. The reason nothing happened to me was because of my unique physique. But those without such a unique physique showed no signs of suffering any problems in the beginning, but as time passed and they grew stronger, side effects started to appear. She closed her eyes at this point. Unfortunately, it was too late when he found out. Because evil cultivators could cultivate so quickly, it made many go after it like madmen. At that time, people in all the nearby cities had started to cultivate his technique. The only way to stop it was to kill everyone in those cities. That was the only way to prevent the technique from leaking. Yang Yi said. But he didn't do that. She nodded. He moved all those cities into Moment Mountain, and then sealed it with a formation. His goal was to stop all of them from leaving. Because at that time, many ancient cultivators had arrived in the medium universe. If they left, they would definitely be slaughtered. At the same time, he hoped to find a method to treat these people. Unfortunately, he still wasn't able to succeed after countless years passed. Yang Yi asked, Your father is still alive? She replied. He is. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. After all, That was a true ancient cultivator. Meanwhile, she said, unfortunately, he isn't the same father I knew any longer. Yan Yi asked, What do you mean? She replied, There were issues in his cultivation too. Actually, evil cultivators gain their strength at an accelerated pace. Things that are built swiftly aren't strong. Even if external forces are used to fortify it, it still isn't strong. As time passes, the issues in it will grow. Yan Yi nodded. Cultivation couldn't be rushed. Because the more one rushed, the more likely it was for one to encounter issues with one's cultivation. Just like those rotting corpses and blood-red figures. Even though they were strong, they'd lost their minds. Or to be more precise, they couldn't be called people anymore. Meanwhile, the woman added, After problems arose in my father's cultivation, he started to go to extremes and kill at random. No one could stop him. Fortunately, the old man in Taoist robes just happened to arrive at that time, and he sealed my father. He didn't kill him? Asked Yang Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, he knew he'd misspoken and said, I'm sorry. She shook her head slightly in response. If it was possible, I would have hoped for him to be dead. Because living is worse than death for him right now. That old man wanted to kill him, but he couldn't. He couldn't? Yan Yi frowned slightly. It can't be, right? Even his strength wasn't sufficient to kill your father? She glanced at Yang Yi and explained. He was just a clone, and it was even a clone which was about to vanish. So, he could only seal my father, and my father might be about to escape now. Yan Ye's eyelids twitched. If her father escapes, it'll definitely be a huge problem. She suddenly asked. Are there ancient cultivators left in the world outside? Yang Yi shook his head. They've gone to the large universe. They're gone? She spoke softly. Then if my father gets out, will anyone in the medium universe be able to stop him? Will anyone be able to stop these rotting corpses, those blood-red figures, and those other terrifying monsters? Yang Yi shrugged. I don't know. In any case, I can't stop them. She remained silent for a long time and gazed at Yang Yi. You can. Yang Yi shrugged. You think too highly of me. Meanwhile, she suddenly appeared before Yang Yi, and then she tapped her right index finger against his chest. She looked him in the eyes and said, That treasuring you can. Yang Yi's expression changed when he heard this. Chapter 1737 Behind You. Yang Yi was shocked. He hadn't expected her to actually be aware that there was a treasure within him. Yang Yi stared at her for a long time before he said, How did you know? She pointed at her eyes. I saw it. Yang Yi asked. How did you see it? She replied. I was born with unique eyes, and they're able to see things that many aren't able to. Your strength isn't sufficient to kill him, but that treasure within you can. I can sense that it's very strong, extremely strong. Yang Yi shook his head. I don't want to kill him. Get someone else to help you, she said. Once he escapes from the seal, all of you will die. Then I'll run. Yang Yi continued. If I'm no match for him, can I just run? She looked him in the eyes. If he escapes, many people in the outside world will die. Yang Yi replied. I can't do anything about that, and I don't care about them. I just have to take care of myself and my own loved ones. What sort of existence was her father? An ancient cultivator. Someone from the same generation as the old man in Taoist robes. Even though her father wasn't as strong as the old man in Taoist robes, he was absolutely not someone that Yang Yi could fight. Most importantly, why should he kill her father? To save the world? Who cares? He hadn't forgotten how countless people throughout the world wanted his head. So, such a noble deed like saving the world was better left to someone else. She shook her head slightly. You're too cold-blooded. Yang Yi chuckled. Miss, we have to act according to the limits of our ability. Your father's strength definitely far surpasses my own. TCH. If I go to kill him, I'll probably die trying. So you should get some other capable person to do it. She nodded slightly. I won't force you. But There are many treasures with my father. Don't you want them? Yang Yi smiled. I do. But my life is more important. She fell silent for a long time before she said, How about you just help me do a little thing, and I'll give you a treasure? Yang Yi asked. What treasure? She flipped her right hand, and a blood-red leather armor appeared. It's called the blood armor. If you wear it, it'll merge into one with your blood. It can resist the attacks of 5th stage True Realm experts. You just have to do something small for me and it's yours. It can stop the attacks of 5th stage True Realm experts. Needless to say, Yang Yi was quite tempted, but he didn't lose his composure. Yang Yi asked, What do you need my help with? Go to Moment City with me. She continued, My father left something behind there. I intend to take it. Otherwise, if he escapes from the seal and obtains that thing, I'm afraid no one in this medium universe will be able to stop him. Yang Yi asked, That's all? She nodded. That's all. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, All right, I agree. She glanced at him and flicked the armor over to him. Yang Yi was stunned and asked, You're giving it to me just like that? Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? She replied, I believe you're not that kind of person. Yang Yi took the armor, hesitated for a moment, and replied, Actually, I do that sometimes. Her eyelids twitched, but she remained silent. Yang Yi asked, How do I use it? She replied, Drop a droplet of your blood on it. Yang Yi nodded and flicked a droplet of his blood on the armor. It didn't take long for the armor to tremble, and then Yang Yi felt some sort of link had formed between them. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart. The armor instantly entered his body, and then a faint layer of blood appeared all over his body. Yang Yi touched it, and he noticed that it was very soft and smooth. Moreover, it felt very nice. He gazed at Kuzhui. Strike me. Kuzhui hesitated for a moment, and then she stabbed his chest with her sword. Clang! A clear and loud clang resounded, and then Kuzhui was pushed over 10 backwards. As for the armor on Yang Yi, there wasn't a single scratch on it. Nice! Yang Yi was delighted. Because he hadn't felt any force when Kuzhui stabbed him just now. It was like her sword hadn't struck him. Meanwhile, the woman in a red dress said, It's good, but it's best if you don't use it often. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She explained, If your opponent is too strong, and it's unable to endure the force of the attack, then the force of the attack will damage your bloodline. Or to be more precise, it'll damage the blood vessels throughout your body. If the force far surpasses the limits of the armor, it will shatter your blood vessels. Because the armor and your blood vessels are linked. I'm sure you're very well aware what it means to have your blood vessels shattered. Yang Yi nodded. I'll remember that. She nodded and said, Let's go. Yang Yi asked, Now? Now. She walked out of the hall once she finished speaking. Yang Yi and Kuzhui exchanged glances, fell silent for a moment, and then Yang Yi said, Miss Ku, you should leave this place. Leave? Suddenly, the woman in a red dress said, Forget it. She can't. Yang Yi and Kuzhui gazed at her. Why? She spoke indifferently. If it was possible to leave, those rotting corpses and blood corpses would have left. Do you think they want to stay in this huge cage? No. They want to leave more than anyone. Yang Yi asked, Why can't we leave? Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. She explained, Moment Mountain only allows entrance, not departure. There are 2 formations here. One was set up by my father, and the other was casually set up by that old man in Taoist robes. Both of them were set up to prevent the rotting corpses and blood corpses here from leaving. If I'm to be honest, both of you wouldn't be able to destroy those formations even if you're at the 5th stage of the True Realm. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't speak another word and just quickly walked out of the hall. Yang Yi and Kuzhui's faces turned gloomy after they heard her. It was especially so for Yang Yi. He couldn't stay here for long. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, Let's go with her. Perhaps she knows how to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Both of them followed the woman out. It didn't take long for them to leave the city. There were some human corpses outside the city. These corpses belonged to the people who'd been following Ingmu. However, Ingmu's corpse wasn't amongst them. The woman in a red dress said, "Walk, don't fly." Yan Yi asked, "Why?" She started walking towards the distance. "The rotting corpses will sense you if you use profound energy." Yan Yi asked, "They aren't afraid of you?" She glanced at him and continued forward. "Why would they fear me?" Yan Yi replied with a question. "Why don't those blood-red figures harm you?" She replied, "The blood corpses have a trace of intelligence left. They fear my father, so they dare not harm me. As for the rotting corpses, they are completely devoid of intelligence. In short, don't use your profound energy. So long as there are no fluctuations of profound energy, they won't sense your presence, and even if they do sense your presence, they won't pursue you." Yan Yi laughed bitterly. If he knew this, he wouldn't have fallen into such an embarrassing situation earlier. Just like that, they started walking towards Moment City. Needless to say, Yan Yi and Kuzhui were quite fearful all along the way. Because there were truly too many rotting corpses all along the way. If all the rotting corpses left this place, they would be a calamity for the medium universe of the Milky Way system. Unless the 8 clans joined forces, they wouldn't be able to deal with those corpses at all. There were truly too many of them. Just looking at them caused a chill to run down one's spine. The woman in a red dress seemed very calm and composed, and it was like she didn't notice the corpses at all. Even though they were walking, all 3 of them weren't ordinary people, so they were extremely fast. At this moment, it was almost dawn, so the surroundings were pitch black. Yan Yi had the laws of darkness, so he didn't fear the darkness. However, the darkness in the surroundings wasn't very normal because his divine sense wasn't able to stretch far. Presently, his divine sense could only sense an area of 1.5 kilometers, and everything further was unknown to him. "That's corpse gas," the woman in a red dress explained. "The surroundings are filled with such gas, and it's able to obstruct the divine sense of humans. It's really extraordinary for you to be able to sense an area of 1.5 kilometers. If you don't believe me, ask the woman by your side. She may not even be able to sense an area of 30 m." Yan Yi gazed at Kuzhui, and the latter was looking at him. She said, "You can sense everything in an area of 1.5 kilometers?" Yan Yi nodded. Kuzhui took a deep and long glance at Yan Yi. What a freak! Yan Yi was at a loss for words. Yan Yi gazed at the woman in a red dress. "What about you? Are you a normal person or a blood corpse?" Yan Yi had wanted to ask this question for a long time, because he felt that she wasn't very normal. The woman stopped moving and gazed at Yan Yi. "What do you think?" Yan Yi shook his head. "I don't know." She withdrew her gaze and continued forward. Yan Yi glanced at her, and then he followed her with Kuzhui. Actually, he slightly regretted his decision to help her. At this moment, his intuition told him that he may have accepted quite a bit of trouble. Suddenly, she stopped. Kuzhui asked, "What is it?" The woman in a red dress glanced at the surroundings and spoke indifferently. "Something is following us." Kuzhui's expression changed, and she immediately became vigilant. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at the woman. "I don't sense anything." The woman in a red dress looked Yan Yi in the eyes and said, "It's behind you." Chapter 1738 Used goods are not refundable. Suddenly Yan Ye's expression changed. Bang! An explosion resounded. Yan Ye's figure was blasted away, and he flew almost 300 m before he finally stopped himself. Meanwhile, a translucent figure had suddenly appeared where he had been standing. A translucent figure. Or to be more precise, it was a soul body. Yan Yi glanced at the blood armor he wore. If he hadn't immediately activated it, that attack would have heavily injured him even if he avoided death. A soul corpse! Meanwhile, the woman in a red dress spoke abruptly. Its strength is on par with a blood corpse. Of course, it's more terrifying than a blood corpse. Because it's a soul, and souls are the most mysterious. They are able to frequently catch others off guard. Yan Yi nodded, and then he appeared before the soul corpse and swung his fist. The soul corpse slammed its fist at Yang Yi as well. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted around 30 m back while the soul corpse was merely pushed less than 15 m back. It's that strong? Yang Yi frowned. Even though he hadn't used his sword, his physical strength was extremely formidable. But he hadn't expected that his physical strength was actually unable to compete with the soul corpse. Is that what a body refiner of the ancient times is like? Yang Yi took a deep breath. He noticed that the cultivators of the ancient times were much stronger than the current cultivators in the world. Or it should be said that the knowledge from all those years ago hadn't been passed down completely. Meanwhile, Kuzhi gazed at the woman in a red dress. Do you have a way to deal with it? The woman shook her head in response and gazed at Yang Yi. It's time for you to display your strength. Yang Yi nodded. Watch this. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared beside Kuzhui and the woman. After that, he gazed at Kuzhui. Grab my right hand. Kuzhui was puzzled but still did as he'd said. Once Kuzhui grabbed his right hand, Yang Yi wrapped his left arm around the woman's waist, and then brought them along as he vanished on the spot. Both of them were stunned speechless by this. The woman glanced at Yang Yi. This is your way of dealing with it? Yang Yi asked. What else? He refused to go head-on against that soul corpse. What a joke! He didn't stand to gain anything from winning. The woman spoke indifferently. It's a little different from what I imagined. Yang Yi didn't know what to say in response. Time trickled by. Around an hour later, a huge city appeared within their fields of vision. The city was like a huge beast that was lying there on the ground, and it seemed gloomy and horrifying. Yang Yi asked, That's Moment City? The woman nodded. Be careful. Why? Yang Yi gazed at her. Is it very dangerous? She replied. It is. There are existences even more terrifying than blood corpses, rotting corpses, and soul corpses in there. Meanwhile, Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, can we not go? She glanced at him and said, Many treasures my father left behind are in there. There's even one that's extremely suitable for you. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, What? A sword chest. The woman spoke indifferently. The sword chest of an ancient sword cultivator. There are 9 peak true rank swords within it. If you're able to control all 9 of them, then coupled with the extraordinary formation within the sword chest, you'll be able to fight 4th stage true realm experts and even 5th stage true realm experts. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he said, I don't think I ever said I know how to use the sword. She looked him in the eye. Even if you didn't say anything, it doesn't mean that I don't know. Yang Yi nodded and said, Is that sword chest really in there? His ability to fight against a single opponent was formidable, but his strength wasn't sufficient to fight a group of enemies. The stellar sword diagram was an attack that struck an area, but it was quite powerless against true realm experts. If that sword chest really existed, then he was willing to take the risk. She nodded. It is. Yang Yi glanced at her. Then let's head in right now. She shook his head. Not now. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She replied. It's still night now. It's when those monsters in the city move about. Once dawn arrives, they'll go back to rest. Because they aren't fond of sunlight. So, we'll be safer during the day. Yang Yi nodded. All right. As he spoke, he gazed at Kuzhi and said, Miss Ku, I think that you shouldn't follow us there. She'll die even faster if she doesn't stay by your side. The woman in a red dress suddenly said, All the beings here are beings from the ancient times, and they aren't existences she can fight. Yang Yi said, But I feel like she'll be in even more danger if she goes with us. The woman replied, Decide yourself. She closed her eyes once she finished speaking. Yang Yi gazed at Kuzhui. You decide. Kuzhui fell silent for a moment before she said, I'll go with you. Yang Yi nodded. Then come with us. He withdrew an energy pearl and passed it over to her. Recover to your peak before we go in. Kuzhui glanced at the energy pearl before her and said, Thank you. She swallowed it once she finished speaking. Yan Yi withdrew 2 more energy pearls and swallowed them too. His intuition told him that this trip wouldn't be very peaceful. The sky gradually grew bright. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Dawn. When the first ray of sunlight descended upon the ground, the woman in a red dress opened her eyes and said, Let's head in. Just like that, they started walking towards Moment City, and it didn't take long for them to arrive before its gates. The woman gazed at Yan Yi. Yan Yi shrugged, and then he placed his left hand on the city gates and pushed lightly. Creak! A clear creak resounded as the door was pushed open, and then a pungent smell assaulted them. Actually, it should be described as more than one smell. There was a moldy odor, the smell of blood, and the smell of decay. Yan Yi waved his left hand, and the smells were blasted away before they entered the city. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings. There were very few buildings in the surroundings, and they were just scattered all over the city. Most of them were in ruins, and it was obvious they'd suffered varying degrees of damage. The woman glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly. This was once a very bustling city. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings and nodded. I noticed. She spoke indifferently. Let's go. All along the way, Yan Yi and Kuzhui were extremely vigilant. Even though the city was very quiet and didn't seem dangerous at all, if they really thought like that, then they wouldn't be too far away from death. Time trickled by. The woman in a red dress led them to a dried-up well. The well was quite large, and it covered an area of around 300 m. The bottom of the well was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything in there. Yan Yi noticed numerous symbols all around the well. Yan Yi remained silent for a moment and gazed at the woman. You aren't thinking of telling me to head down there, right? She nodded. The treasure I want is down there. Yan Yi asked, Is it dangerous? She glanced at him and asked, What do you think? Yan Yi walked to the side of the well and shot a glance at its bottom. It was completely pitch black and ghastly. Even though he had the laws of darkness, his intuition told him that the bottom of the well wasn't a good place, and it was very likely that he would never be able to get back up here. Meanwhile, the woman in a red dress said, Some of my father's old treasures are down there, and so is that sword chest. There's nothing in this world that you can get without putting some effort into things. No matter what you want, you have to pay a certain price to get it. Right. Yan Yi walked over to her and looked her in the eyes. But I feel like you aren't here just to get your father's treasures. If I'm not wrong, you have other motives. Right. Head decided to lay all the cards on the table. Even though he was confident in his own strength, he was no fool. Moreover, overconfidence was conceit on many occasions. It was better to have less confidence in a damnable place like this. The woman in a red dress nodded. I do. But that's my business. Yan Yi shrugged. To be honest, I'm quite afraid of you. Because you don't seem ordinary. Moreover, my intuition tells me that I'll definitely die if I go down there. So, Yan Yi flipped his left palm and the blood armor appeared there. He flicked it over to her and said, I refuse to go on with this deal. The reason he gave up was because the primordial pagoda had given him a warning. A warning from the primordial pagoda. Normally, the primordial pagoda would absolutely not warn him, and it only did when it was something exceptionally dangerous. So, Yan Yi had decisively chosen to give up. Even though the blood armor and potential treasures were precious, his life was more precious. If he lost his life, everything else would be worthless. Moreover, a person should know his or her own strength well. One should never underestimate oneself, but one should never overestimate oneself either. One should act according to one's own strength. The woman glanced at the armor before her and flicked it back to Yan Yi. Used goods aren't refundable. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. So you intend to force me? She nodded, and then she stomped the ground lightly. An instant later, Yan Yi and Kuzhui's expressions became extremely unsightly. A breath of time later, Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and said, I think going down there isn't entirely out of the question. Chapter 1739 Obliteration Sword Formation. After the woman in a red dress stomped her foot, many blood corpses had suddenly appeared here. There were over 100 of them. They just appeared out of thin air, and there had been no sign of their presence before this. It was like they were already standing there from the beginning. She walked over to Yang Yi and said, "Let's go." Yang Yi shrugged and gazed at Kuzhui. "Let's go." Suddenly, the woman gazed at Yang Yi. "It's best if you don't play any tricks. Because it's meaningless. Trust me." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "You know what I intend to do. You want to capture me, right?" She looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Want to give it a try?" Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. He was behind her when he appeared again. He hadn't concealed his strength at this moment, but his expression changed when he arrived behind her. It was because she'd suddenly appeared where he had been standing a moment ago, and she was looking at him. Both of them were absolutely fast. So, Kuzhui hadn't been able to react to what had just happened. Yang Yi stared at the woman. Her speed was actually faster than him, and it was much faster. After all, he'd launched the attack, but he was still slower than her. She spoke indifferently. "Do you still want to try?" Yang Yi shrugged. "Isn't it just going down there?" "So be it." Yang Yi wrapped his left arm around Kuzhui's waist and leaped down into the well. As for the woman in a red dress, she leaped into the well as well. After he entered the well, Yang Yi noticed that the space here was much larger than he'd imagined, and the faint light was coming from the surroundings. So, the scene here was clearly visible. There were numerous symbols all over the well's walls, and it was just like how it was on the outside of the well. They descended incessantly, and it took around an hour for them to finally reach the ground. "Let's go!" As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in a red dress started walking towards the passageway in front of them. Meanwhile, Kuzhui said, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded. Just like that, they followed the woman forward. They didn't speak all along the way. The surroundings were silent too. So, it was extremely silent here. Suddenly Yang Yi said, "Miss, you seem like a straightforward person, so can you tell us your true objective? Otherwise, it'll give me a headache if I keep guessing." She replied, "You'll find out very soon." Yang Yi was about to speak when Kuzhui's voice resounded in his mind. "Just flee on your own if anything happens later." Yang Yi gazed at her, and she continued via voice transmission. "Based on your strength, it'll probably be difficult for her to stop you." Suddenly, the woman in a red dress said, "You can ask him to try that." Yang Yi gazed at the woman. "You're able to hear her voice transmissions." The woman didn't say anything and just continued forward. Around 15 minutes later, she suddenly stopped. There was a door not too far away from her. The door was quite unique, because it was completely formed from mysterious symbols. There was a wisp of solemnness and fear in her eyes as she gazed at the door. She fell silent for a moment before suddenly turning to look at Yang Yi. "Open it, and your mission will be over." Yang Yi glanced at the door and asked, "You can't open it?" She said, "If I could, why would I have brought you here?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "You think too highly of me. Your strength is definitely greater than mine. If even you can't, then how could I possibly succeed?" She spoke with absolute certainty. "You can." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She replied, "Because this door was left behind by that old man in Taoist robes. You have his aura on your, so it won't reject you. As for anyone else, it'll attack if anyone enters the area a meter around it. It was left behind by the old man in Taoist robes." Yang Yi glanced at the door, and then he gazed at her. "What's inside there?" The woman in the red dress said, "Won't you find out once you open it?" Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he walked over to the door. The doors suddenly started trembling when Yang Yi arrived before the door. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and the woman frowned slightly as well. Suddenly, the door calmed down. The woman glanced at Yang Yi and said, "As expected, it won't attack you." Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he gazed at the door. If he was being honest, he didn't want to open the door. But he had no other choice. He really didn't have a choice. Flee? Her speed was faster than his, so trying to flee wouldn't work. Fight her to the death? He'd considered it, but the situation wasn't that dire to warrant that. Because she didn't seem to be hostile towards him. Yan Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he placed his right hand on the door. Right when he was about to use the decay laws, the primordial pagoda suddenly trembled, and then the door trembled. After that, Yan Yi watched with astonishment as it vanished. What's going on? I didn't do anything. Yan Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, the woman took a deep and long glance at Yan Yi. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked forward. Yan Yi and Ku Zhui exchanged glances, and then they followed her. Meanwhile, the divining flame's voice resounded in Yan Yi's mind. She wasn't wrong. If it was anyone else, even a fifth-stage true realm expert, it would still be impossible to get through that door. As for you, you would be dead if it wasn't for the pagoda. I would be dead? Yan Yi asked. What do you mean? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. What do I mean? The divining flame said. That door doesn't recognize that you're Master's successor. It was about to attack you just now. If it attacked you, your current strength wouldn't be able to stop it at all. So, the pagoda helped. If it didn't help, you would be a corpse right now. The divining flame paused for a moment and continued. Kid, be careful. That woman isn't ordinary, and Master actually sealed this place, so it makes it even more unordinary. So, be careful. Yan Yi nodded. He would be careful even if the divining flame didn't warn him. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts and glanced at the surroundings. He was stunned when he saw the scene around him. It was because he was in a hall, and it was a luxurious hall. The surroundings glittered with gold and jade, and it was decorated gorgeously. Suddenly, the woman raised her right hand, and a black sword chest appeared in front of Yan Yi. She said, It's called obliteration. It was forged by a sword cultivator. That sword cultivator believed that there's a cause for everything, and if there's a cause, there's an effect. Karma. He created a sword formation according to that principle, obliteration. At the instant the swords emerge, they sever karma, and everything is obliterated before them. She paused for a moment and continued. It's extremely powerful and can destroy the heavens and the earth. However, only a single type of person can truly bring forth its might. Yan Yi asked, What type of person? The emotionless. The woman said, Those without emotion and without kindness. Destroy everything with a single thought. It's extremely strong. If you have even the slightest kind thoughts in your heart while you fight, its strength will be severely weakened. You don't have to worry about that. Suddenly, Ku Zhui said, He won't hold such thoughts when he fights. Yan Yi rubbed his nose, and then he gazed at the sword chest. This time, he didn't need her to tell him. He flicked a droplet of his blood on it, and then it shook violently before Yan Yi felt a connection had formed between them. Yan Yi issued a command in his heart. In an instant, 6 black swords appeared in front of him. The swords were around 1 m long, completely pitch black, and emanated an icy cold aura that made others feel extremely uncomfortable. They were forged with evil intent. The woman suddenly explained. All 6 of these swords were forged with evil intent by that sword cultivator. The stronger your evil intent is when you kill, the stronger these swords will be, and the stronger the formation they form will be. Yan Yi glanced at the woman and asked, That sword cultivator was an evil cultivator? She nodded. Yes. No wonder. Yan Yi nodded slightly. The sword formation and swords were obviously not created by an ordinary sword cultivator. An ordinary sword cultivator would definitely be incapable of creating something like this. Of course, all of that wasn't important. What was important was that the swords and sword formation were useful to him. He didn't take a look at the sword formation which had appeared in his mind, and he gazed at the woman instead. Since the door has been opened, then we'll be bidding our farewells. See you. Yan Yi was about to take Kuzhui and leave once he finished speaking, but the woman suddenly said, I haven't gotten what I want. Yan Yi gazed at her. You still need my help? She nodded. But it's just a small thing. Come with me. She turned around and walked to the back of the hall. Yan Yi and Kuzhui exchanged glances. They fell silent for a moment before Yan Yi said, Let's go. It didn't take long for them to arrive before a black coffin. The coffin was an ordinary coffin, but there was a talisman on the coffin. Yan Ye's expression changed when he saw the coffin. Because that talisman was exactly similar to the talisman which was sealing his right arm. The woman said, Tear it off. Yan Yi gazed at her. What's in there? She replied. You'll find out after you tear it off. Yan Yi shook his head. I refuse. His intuition told him that the thing sealed with the coffin was absolutely not something good. Suddenly, a translucent hand wrapped around Kuzhui's throat. A soul corpse. Yan Ye's face changed when he witnessed this. He hadn't expected a soul corpse to be here. Moreover, he actually hadn't noticed it all along the way. The woman in a red dress walked over to Yan Yi and looked him in the eyes. Tear it off. Yan Yi took a deep breath and nodded. Fine. I'm not afraid of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked over to the coffin. He was about to touch the talisman when it suddenly shook. However, at the moment it shook, the primordial pagoda suddenly shook as well, and then the talisman calmed down. A moment later Yan Yi pulled it off. As soon as he pulled off the talisman, the coffin's lid sprang open. Yan Yi glanced into the coffin, and his eyes instantly opened wide when he saw the figure within the coffin. Are you kidding me? Chapter 1740 No Shrinking Back. There was a woman lying in the coffin. However, it was none other than the woman in a red dress who was standing beside Yan Yi. Yan Yi turned to look at her, and she spoke indifferently. Are you very surprised? Yan Yi replied. Didn't you say that the old man in Taoist's robes sealed your father? She spoke indifferently. It was a lie. The corners of Yan Ye's mouth twitched slightly. A lie. Meanwhile, Kuzhui suddenly pointed at the woman in the coffin and asked, Then who is she? The woman in a red dress gazed at the woman in the coffin and replied, Me! As she spoke, she suddenly leaped up and transformed into a ray of red light that entered the body of the woman in the coffin. A moment later, the woman in the coffin opened her eyes, and then her figure floated up slowly. She glanced at the surroundings and took a deep breath. I'm finally free. Yan Yi forced a smile and said, Congratulations. The woman suddenly gazed at him when she heard him, and then her gaze descended onto his abdomen. Yan Yi slowly clenched his left hand when he noticed her gaze on his abdomen. A long moment of silence ensued before the woman suddenly said, You're a genius, so stay by my side. Yan Yi shook his head. Sorry, I like my freedom. She looked him in the eyes. You're refusing me? Yan Yi nodded. I don't like to be tied down. So I can't stay with you. Suddenly, the woman appeared in front of Yan Yi and said, I don't like others refusing me. No one has ever refused me either. Because everyone who tried is dead. Yan Yi thought for a moment and replied, Something forced never lasts. Don't you think so too? She shook her head. So long as I like it, nothing else matters. Yan Yi looked her in the eyes. Both I don't. Suddenly she placed her right hand on Yan Ye's right hand. I can sense that your hand is filled with boundless energy. If I'm not wrong, it's your final trump card, right? Yan Yi nodded. Sort of. The wargod's arm. Based on his current strength, if he unsealed his right arm and used the wooden sword, then even he couldn't imagine how strong he would be. Meanwhile, she suddenly lifted his right sleeve and placed her hand on the golden seal. After that, she looked Yan Yi in the eyes. Want to give it a try? Yan Yi gazed at her for a long time before he said, So be it. How could he shrink back at a time like this? He couldn't. He didn't know how strong she was, but he was sure of one thing, and it was that she was extremely strong. However, he couldn't shrink back no matter how strong she was. Being no match for her and not even fighting her were two completely different things. Even if he was no match for her, he dared to fight her. She nodded slightly and was about to pull off the talisman. However, Snowy suddenly appeared before Yang Yi while holding the wooden sword, and then a dense expanse of sword energy enveloped the woman. However, it only took a moment for the sword energy to vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, the woman's gaze descended onto Snowy and the wooden sword. Snowy blinked, glanced at the woman in her red dress, and then gazed at Yang Yi. She blinked, and then cracked a smile before taking the wooden sword with her as she entered Yang Yi's body. She'd fled. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Even Snowy is fighting if she can and fleeing if she can't. Yang Yi shook his head, gazed at the woman, and said, "Since you want to fight, then let's fight." As he spoke, he was about to pull off the talisman on his arm. However, she suddenly said, "What's that wooden sword doing in your possession?" Yang Yi gazed at her. "You recognize it?" She replied with a question. "You don't?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't." The woman took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, fell silent for a long time, and then suddenly turned around. "Leave!" Yang Yi was stunned. "You're not going to attack me anymore?" She flipped her hand gently. "A day from now, the formation around Moment Mountain will be destroyed. At that time, anyone left in Moment Mountain will die. Of course, everyone in Moment Mountain right now will die too." Yang Yi asked, "You're going to leave?" "Leave?" She turned to look at Yang Yi. "For what?" Yang Yi said, "I thought you wanted to reign supreme over the medium universe." "Reign supreme over the medium universe?" A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of her mouth. "What's the point of that? This is just a cage that those ancient cultivators left behind. My objective is the large universe that is high above in the 9 heavens. The large universe." Ku Zhui heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the woman. If the woman wanted to reign supreme over the medium universe, then she would be a calamity for the entire medium universe. The woman's strength was simply unfathomable, and she had the corpses throughout Moment Mountain. It could be said that no clan could stop her. "Above the 9 heavens?" Yang Yi said. "You want to go to the large universe?" She glanced at Yang Yi. "You'll be going there too." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and said, "Go on. I want some time to myself." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Even though we haven't known each other for long, I have to warn you. Those cultivators outside think that the inheritance and treasures of a powerful expert is hidden in Moment Mountain. They will definitely not stop trying to explore this place. So, then let them come." She continued, "These corpses haven't tasted fresh blood for a long time. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Since we've gotten to know each other, do you have anything that you don't want? Like the blood armor and sword chest. If you do, then give them to me. I will never complain about getting too many." The corners of Ku Zhui's mouth twitched. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi, and then she slowly clenched her fist. At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly wrapped his left arm around Ku Zhui's waist, and then he vanished on the spot. The woman was slightly stunned, and then she shook her head. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. "Master, why didn't you kill him and take that divine treasure within him?" She looked in the direction Yang Yi had left towards, and a long time passed before she said, "There are too many uncertainties tied to him. Even though I'll be able to obtain that treasure by killing him, the potential troubles are endless. But I don't want too much karma to be bound to me for now." "Understood." The voice continued. "Master, now that you're free, what should we do next?" The woman closed her eyes slowly. "Wait. Wait until my strength recovers completely." Yang Yi and Ku Zhui didn't stay in the well, nor did they dare to. The woman was an ancient cultivator. She'd been living for countless years, and her strength was absolutely not something he could rival. Yang Yi and Ku Zhui didn't leave Moment Mountain. They found an old and run-down hall to rest in temporarily. Because there was still a day until the formation around Moment Mountain was destroyed. As for how it would be destroyed, it was obvious that the woman would do it. In any case, he just wanted to wait quietly until the formation was destroyed, and then leave this damnable place. He was satisfied with his gains throughout this trip. As for what the woman's objective was or what she was thinking, it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to improve his strength and have a good fight with the Yang clan. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and issued a command in his heart. The sword chest appeared in front of him, and then he stretched out his hand and flicked it. The sword chest shook violently, and then 6 black swords appeared before him. As soon as they appeared before him, Yang Yi noticed that they were actually linked to his mind. In other words, he could control them with his thoughts. Simply speaking, they were equivalent to 6 additional hands. With his current strength, it was entirely possible for him to split his attention onto multiple things. However, he still had to train in order to use the swords like they were his arms. Now was definitely not the time to do that. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned, and then he winked at Kuzhui. The latter was puzzled when Yang Yi suddenly cursed. Damn it! That treasure above the true rank is guarded by 3 rotting corpses within the well. When he spoke up to this point, he withdrew 2 energy pearls and passed them to Kuzhui. Quickly consume them. Once we've recovered, we'll head down there again. I refuse to believe that we can't wear them down until they die. Kuzhui glanced at Yang Yi. She was about to speak when cold laughter suddenly resounded. A treasure above the true rank? TSK, TSK. I never expected to hear of such a pleasant surprise. As soon as the voice finished resounding, over a dozen people suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi and Kuzhui. The person who led the group was none other than Ing Mu. You! Yang Yi suddenly pulled Kuzhui along with him as he moved backwards repeatedly, and his voice was filled with shock. What are you doing here? What are we doing here? There was a wisp of ferocity on Ing Mu's face. We fled here, of course. You didn't let us enter the city, so we were almost eaten alive by those corpses. Yang Yi continued pulling Kuzhui backwards. What do you want? His voice was shaking, and he seemed like he was extremely afraid. What do I want? Ing Mu's face grew more and more ferocious. Meanwhile, one of the men beside Ing Mu spoke abruptly. We can't fight here. There are many rotting corpses and soul corpses here. If we fight here, it'll draw the attention of those monsters. There are those human experts hiding in the city as well. Let's go get the treasure at the bottom of the well first. The treasure? Suddenly, Yang Yi cried out loudly. There's no treasure. There really isn't any treasure. The man by Ing Mu's side spoke flatly. We heard everything you said just now. Yang Yi became visibly anxious and hurriedly said. There really is no treasure down there. It's very dangerous. You must not go down there. Ing Mu stared at Yang Yi and Kuzhui, and then he said. I'll deal with both of you once we get that treasure. Yang Yi spoke angrily. You idiots! There really is no treasure down there. I'm not lying to you. I can swear on it. Ing Mu glanced coldly at Yang Yi. We would really be idiots if we believed you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ing Mu and the others vanished on the spot. Chapter 1741 You're full of tricks. After Ing Mu's group left, Yang Yi shrugged and gazed at Kuzhui. At this moment, she was looking at him too. But her gaze was quite unusual. Yang Yi waved his left hand. I'm sure you saw that I didn't lie to them. Sigh. What a pity! They didn't believe me and insisted on going down there. Kuzhui glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, You're full of tricks. Yang Yi was speechless. Kuzhui asked, Will they die? Yang Yi shrugged. Who knows? Right, we can't stay here. Let's go. Actually, so long as that woman in a red dress didn't look for trouble with him, he was safe in the city. However, she wasn't the only expert here, there were other humans here. He naturally didn't fear them, but he didn't want trouble. Kuzhui nodded to display that she had no objections. Just like that, they left the hall. Right when they were about to leave the city, a A shrill and miserable cry resounded from their right. After that shrill cry resounded, a few other shrill cries resounded in succession. One of them was very familiar to them. It belonged to Mu. Kuzui shook her head. I never expected the successor of the Yin clan, the expert at the second position on the Milky Way rankings, to actually die in such a manner. Yang Yi nodded. So, this tells us something. Our brains are a good thing, and we should always use it. Kuzui replied indifferently. It wasn't that they weren't using it, it's that they didn't have any. Yang Yi gave her a thumbs up in response. Brilliant! Let's go! She walked off once she finished speaking. Yang Yi shrugged and left with her. A day later. Dawn. Moment Mountain suddenly started to tremble, and the trembling increased in frequency. In the end, it was like an earthquake was surging through it. Everyone in Moment Mountain was shocked. As for the experts of the 8 clans who were guarding Moment Mountain, they didn't know what had happened within Moment Mountain. Just like that, the trembling continued for almost 2 hours. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the sky above the mountain, and then everyone watched as countless fragments of energy floated down from the sky. The formation was broken. At the entrance of Moment Mountain, Yang Yi gazed at Kuzui and said, Miss Ku, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave. But Kuzui suddenly said, Be careful. Based on the information I received, the Yang clan seems to be planning something. It's a plan with you as its target. Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her. You recognized me? She spoke indifferently. I recognized you a long time ago. Yang Yi was puzzled. How? She replied. There were too many questionable things about you. For example, your physical strength, the fact that you're a sword cultivator, the fact that I sense a familiar soul aura coming from you, and how shameless you are. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She spoke softly. While you're an extraordinary genius, there's no room for reconciliation between you and the Yang clan. Under such circumstances, they will absolutely stop at nothing to kill you. So, you must be careful. Yang Yi nodded. You said they're planning something? She nodded slightly. I don't know the details, but it's definitely aimed at you. Because the Yang clan's patriarch personally paid a visit to my Ku clan. His objective was to gain my Ku clan's help. As for whether my clan agreed, I don't know. She paused for a moment and continued. The Ku clan should have immediately refused something like this, but Yang Xiao stayed in my clan for an entire 3 days this time. In other words, even if my clan didn't agree, it probably didn't refuse. Moreover, the Yang clan may have sought help from more than just the Ku clan. Yang Yi shook his head. Forget it. He hesitated for a moment, and then he waved his left hand. The soul-nurturing tree which Snowy tricked and obtained that day appeared before Kuzui. Snowy tricked it to come with us that day. Now, it's back in the hands of its rightful owner. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. Kuzui gazed at the soul-nurturing tree for a long time, and then she waved her right hand and took it. Once she left Moment Mountain, an old man from the Ku clan immediately appeared in front of her. What happened in Moment Mountain? Kuzui shook her head. Fifth uncle, it's not advisable to stay here. Let's go. The old man frowned. What are you trying to say? She spoke solemnly. There's a living ancient cultivator in there. The old man's expression immediately changed. 15 minutes later, all the members of the Ku clan left Moment Mountain. Even though the other clans didn't understand why the Ku clan had suddenly left and gave up on Moment Mountain, as far as they were concerned, it was a good thing. If the Ku clan left, it represented that it gave up its claim on Moment Mountain, so they were naturally able to gain even more. After he left Moment Mountain, Yang Yi hid himself in space and entered the primordial pagoda. Cultivate! Cultivate like a madman! He'd taken a look at the sword formation within the sword chest he obtained, and it was extremely strong. It was absolutely stronger than the stellar sword diagram. His sword technique specialized in one-on-one battles, and he only had the stellar sword diagram for group battles. However, the stellar sword diagram didn't pose much of a threat to true realm experts. Obliteration. The core of the sword formation was obliteration. There could be no kindness left in the heart as its user killed. He had to be utterly ruthless. That wasn't a problem for him. After all, he never pitted his opponents while he killed them. Besides the sword formation, Yan Yi trained in another move, and it could be considered a technique he created himself. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The sword control technique. Actually, every sword cultivator knew that technique. However, very few could use it well. Now, he intended to train in it from the very beginning. The sword control technique. Control the sword with the heart. Where the heart is, so is the sword. He intended to use his heart to control 6 swords. That meant he had to split his attention into 6. Needless to say, it was extremely difficult. In the beginning, controlling 6 swords was utterly chaotic for him. However, he didn't give up and trained slowly. He trained bit by bit. Yan Yi started training like a madman again. As he trained, he grew more and more excited. In the beginning, splitting his focus was only just a thought, but after he started training, he noticed that it would be absolutely terrifying if he succeeded. Once he succeeded, he could split his focus onto 6 swords, and it meant that there would be 6 of him. Of course, those 6 swords were absolutely not comparable to 6 of him. However, if he really became skilled in it, then he could use the energy of the laws he possessed with those swords. Perhaps they wouldn't be as strong as him, but their speed would definitely not be much slower than him. Train. Train to the death. There were no shortcuts when it came to training. Practice made perfect. That was no joke. Something worth mentioning was that while he trained like a madman, Snowy came to the cultivation room with the wooden sword. She didn't disturb Yan Yi and just started training just like he was. She was imitating him, and she did everything he did. In the end, she was actually able to make the wooden sword fly without swinging her claw. Of course, it was mainly because of the wooden sword. It had its own consciousness, and it was fully cooperating with Snowy. So, Snowy couldn't be considered to be controlling it with her will. Of course, its results were much better than Yan Yi. Because she just had to think it, and the wooden sword would do it. Snowy naturally thought she'd successfully learned Yan Yi's method of controlling swords with her mind, and she was absolutely delighted. After that, she took the wooden sword with her and went to challenge Xiongqi. From some point in time, Snowy had learned to train through live combat, and her opponent was Xiongqi. Xiongqi had an absolute headache because of that. Snowy was no threat to him, but the wooden sword was. Even though he was confident in his physical defenses, he didn't dare to let the wooden sword strike him. Even then, he didn't refuse Snowy. Of course, he couldn't refuse her anyway. Because every single time Snowy went to seek a spar with him, she wouldn't say a word and just swing the wooden sword at him. But Snowy was sensible, and she would give Xiongqi 10 energy pearls once the training was over. Xiongqi didn't know whether he should laugh or cry whenever he saw those 10 energy pearls being given to him. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the world on the first level, Yan Yi stood on a huge rock with his eyes closed. He seemed like he was in a meditative state. Around 10 breaths of time later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Whem! As soon as he opened his eyes, 6 sword howls resounded abruptly, and then 6 swords appeared 3 kilometers away from Yan Yi in all directions. They'd surrounded him. Suddenly, the 6 swords moved. One stabbed, one slashed, one flicked upwards. In short, all of them performed different attacks. It was like 6 people were training with the sword. A short while later, Yan Yi issued a command in his heart. In an instant, the 6 swords returned to him. A smile curled up on the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the swords. They weren't just able to attack, they could be used defensively as well. So, he could leave unharmed even if he faced 10 true realm experts now. Besides that, he had the obliteration sword formation too. It could be said that even if he faced 10 third stage true realm experts, he wouldn't fear them at all and could even kill them instead. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned, and then he returned to the outside world. After that, the scroll Yang Lianshuang gave him appeared before him. There were only a few words on it, and Yang Yi slowly clenched his left fist when he read through them. Because one of the two ancestors of the Yang clan had emerged from his closed-door cultivation. That ancestor had emerged from his closed-door cultivation because of Yang Yi, a sixth-stage true realm expert. Chapter 1742 You Don't Have to Search. I'm here. An ancestor of the Yang clan had emerged from his closed-door cultivation. A sixth-stage true realm expert. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot. He didn't know how strong a sixth-stage true realm expert was, but he'd experienced the strength of a fourth-stage true realm expert, and he found them extremely difficult to kill. As for someone at the sixth stage, fortunately, that expert hadn't emerged from his closed-door cultivation just for Yang Yi. Yang Lianshuang had provided him with further information. During the last few days, something huge had occurred on Moment Mountain, and it was that besides a few that fled out of Moment Mountain, all the other disciples of the 8 clans perished within Moment Mountain. Because of this, the 8 clans sent true realm experts into Moment Mountain. But it only took less than 15 minutes for their corpses to be tossed out of Moment Mountain. At that moment, the 8 clans had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. Or to be more precise, it was the 7 clans. Because the Ku clan hadn't participated. As for why it didn't participate, the Ku clan didn't say anything, and it just refused to participate. As for the other 7 clans, they didn't give up. There were many reasons, like for the sake of the treasures or inheritances in there. Of course, there was an even more important reason. They refused to allow any force to threaten their position in the medium universe. The 8 clans reigned supreme over the medium universe, and they would absolutely not allow another power to threaten their status. If such a power appeared, they would destroy it. But because the Ku clan hadn't participated because it knew of the situation within Moment Mountain, and it knew that a powerful ancient cultivator and countless mysterious corpses resided there. Otherwise, the Ku clan would have participated as well. Besides the Ku clan, all the other clans had sent their experts to Moment Mountain. This time, they gathered a force of around 30 true realm experts. Every single one of them was at the 3rd stage at least. As for the leader of the group, it was a 5th stage true realm expert from the Yin clan. However, the experts of the 7 clans didn't attack. They just surrounded Moment Mountain and seemed to be waiting for something. As for the situation within Moment Mountain, it was extremely calm and there was no movement from it. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a long time, and then he decided that he had to go to Moment Mountain. Regardless of whether it was his realm of cultivation or comprehension in his techniques, they'd arrived at his own limits. Even if he trained, it was difficult for him to make much progress. He needed training in live combat. Moreover, he firmly believed that only battles and especially battles of life and death could allow him to realize what he lacked and improve himself. He was heading to Moment Mountain to look for trouble with the Yang clan. Waiting wasn't his style. He liked to attack. Of course, he didn't intend to go head-on against him. He wasn't most terrifying when he fought others head-on. He was most terrifying when he acted like an assassin. Based on his speed and ability, if he focused on assassination, then he would be a nightmare for the Yang clan. Presently, the Yang clan had moved a portion of its forces to Moment Mountain, so it was a good opportunity for him. Besides that, he wanted to take a look at the strength of the other clans and the woman in a red dress. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at Moment Mountain. At this moment, Moment Mountain still remained extremely peaceful. However, Yang Yi sensed numerous powerful auras all around the mountain. Just as Yang Lianshuang had said, they were all experts at the 3rd stage of the true realm or above. Suddenly, a white-haired old man appeared in the sky above the mountain. His aura was deep like an ocean. Even though he was quite far away from Yang Yi could still sense a wave of invisible pressure acting upon him. Yang Yi knew that it was probably the 5th stage true realm expert from the Yin clan, Yin Long. After the white-haired old man appeared there, over 30 other old men appeared behind him. They were the true realm experts of the 7 clans. The white-haired old man glanced at Moment Mountain and spoke indifferently. Show yourself! A moment of silence ensued, and then a ray of red light shot out of Moment Mountain. The woman in a red dress appeared in the sky. The white-haired old man glanced at her and said, You're a cultivator from the ancient times? She glanced at them and said, It isn't too late to fuck off right now. The old man replied indifferently, You're very confident. The woman didn't say another word. She just waved her right hand, and then a red silk ribbon shot out from within her sleeve. A cold glow flashed through the white-haired old man's eyes when he saw her attack, and then he took a step forward and slammed a punch at the ribbon. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then the white-haired old man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. The expressions of everyone here changed at the sight of this scene. The white-haired old man glanced at his hand. An instant later, his pupils constricted because his entire arm had actually vanished without a trace. The old man looked up at the woman. What is that energy? His voice was filled with fear. The woman didn't reply, and she just vanished on the spot. The old man's expression changed drastically. Watch out! Meanwhile, the entire sky had suddenly turned blood red. It wasn't the color of blood, it was a huge red cloth. The red cloth covered the entire sky, and then numerous blood-red figures flashed out from the cloth. In just an instant, the sky was covered in blood-red figures. At the same time, shrill cries resounded through the sky. Retreat! The white-haired old man's voice resounded through the sky, and then the experts of the 8 clans immediately fled. These true realm experts were extremely swift, so it only took an instant for them to vanish. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. But Yang Yi noticed that in just those 5 breaths of time that they'd fought, over a dozen true realm experts had lost their lives. In other words, the 7 clans had lost around half their forces in such a short time. Yang Yi wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. She isn't just strong. Meanwhile, the sky returned to normal, and only the woman in a red dress remained in the sky. Yang Yi was about to leave, but she suddenly looked in his direction. Yang Ye's figure stiffened. A moment later, he showed himself and waved at her. Long time no see, huh? A moment later, the woman appeared in front of Yang Yi. She gazed at him for a long time, and then she suddenly said, You know, for an instant just now, I almost wanted to kill you. Yang Ye's face froze. Why? She looked him in the eyes. Because you have numerous treasures. For example, that treasure within you, that wooden sword of yours, or this arm of yours. So long as I obtain just one of them, it'll bring my strength to a new height. Yang Yi asked. Then why haven't you taken any action? She shook her head and tapped his chest lightly. Even though they are great treasures, too much karma will become bound to me if I take them by force. Some things can be taken, but some can't. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. What karma? She replied. If you want to eat, you have to earn money, and you have to work to earn money. That's cause and effect, the principle behind karma. If I take it by force from you, then I'll be forcefully swept into things that I don't want to get involved in. Understand? Yang Yi asked. So, based on what you've just said, I've already been swept into some things. What do you think? She spoke indifferently. It's impossible for you to ever live a peaceful life, unless you possess absolute strength or abandon those things. However, it's clearly impossible. Because you'll die even faster if you abandon them. Yang Yi fell silent. Because he noticed that what she said did make absolute sense. Once he obtained the primordial pagoda, he really had been swept into too many things. As for the wooden sword, he hadn't forgotten that it wanted to go to the secret sect. Obviously, that was the karma of the wooden sword. As for the warded's arm, even though there were no consequences yet, there probably would be in the future. Meanwhile, the woman asked, What? You're afraid? Afraid? Yang Yi shook his head and said, I don't like trouble, but I don't fear it. I don't know about all this karma. All I do know is that if there's trouble, I'll use my sword to resolve it. If my sword can't resolve it, then I'll flee. Flee? The corners of her eyes twitched slightly. She shook her head. Don't come around here anymore. I'm afraid I may be unable to stop myself from killing you. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Yang Yi shrugged and was about to leave. However, he suddenly frowned and flipped his left palm. The scroll Yang Lianshuang gave him appeared before him. His face turned gloomy when he saw its contents. The Yang clan was using all the resources available to it to find him. The Yang clan had started to search for him. This time, it was going to go all out. There was one other thing, and it was that Yang Lianshuang had been imprisoned. The information she sent him was the last piece of information she sent. The Yang clan had started to act against him and Yang Lianshuang. Yang Yi stood silently on the spot for a short while, and then he suddenly chuckled. You don't have to search for me. I'll come to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. The direction he left towards was the direction of the Yang clan. Chapter 1743. It's time for the old to be replaced. The Yang clan. Yang Yi didn't want to run, and he couldn't. The enmity between him and the Yang clan had to be put to an end. If he waited for the Yang clan to come for him, then he would lose the initiative, and he would be forced to suffer the Yang clan's pursuit. So, he decided to attack himself. Of course, he wouldn't go to the Yang clan and fight them head-on. With his current speed, the concealment provided by the sword domain, and the assistance from the laws of speed and the spatial laws, even a 6th-stage true realm expert couldn't find him if he wanted to stay hidden. Heaven Void Continent. Yang Yi had used the divining flame to incinerate Fectus City that day, but the Yang clan had rebuilt the city in just a few months. It wasn't difficult for the Yang clan to accomplish such a feat with its strength. At this moment, Fectus City was calm and peaceful on the surface, but a storm was brewing. Silent. After one of the Yang clan's ancestors emerged from his closed-door cultivation, he'd immediately started reorganizing the Yang clan. So, a rebel like Yang Lianshuang and those who followed her were imprisoned. Besides that, the Yang clan started using all the resources available to it to find Yang Yi. Compared to Yang Lianshuang, Yang Yi was the true potential problem for the Yang clan. After all, Yang Lianshuang just wanted to be the patriarch and not overturn the Yang clan. But Yang Yi was different. If Yang Yi was allowed to grow stronger, then he would definitely overturn the Yang clan. Yang Yi had to die. As far as the Yang clan was concerned, there was no room for reconciliation. At this point, trying to reconcile with Yang Yi and make him return to the Yang clan was impossible. They would never let him return to the Yang clan, and they would dare to let him. The Yang clan was already on the verge of being unable to restrain Yang Yi. Once he grew even stronger and tried to get even, then, would anyone in the Yang clan be able to stop him? The Yang clan didn't have a choice now. Dawn. When the first glimmer of light appeared on the horizon, a black shadow snuck into Fectus City without making a sound. It was Yang Yi, of course. The fierce tiger wasn't the most terrifying existence in an ordinary forest. The most terrifying existence in an ordinary forest was the venomous snake that hid in the shadows. Such snakes waited for their prey to arrive by their side, and then they struck a lethal blow. Yang Yi planned to be such a venomous snake. He couldn't fight the Yang clan in direct combat, so he had no choice but to play tricks. This time, his main objective was to rescue Yang Lianshuang. So long as he rescued her, he would have more help. So, killing was his secondary objective, and saving her was his primary objective. The Immortal Phoenix Pavilion. A woman was seated cross-legged on the bed in a room. Her eyes were closed, and she was cultivating. She was Yang Ye's aunt Yang Xian. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Who is it? An instant later, a black-robed man appeared before her. It was naturally Yang Yi. Yang Xian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she asked, Why have you returned here? Obviously, she recognized him. Yang Yi replied, I don't want to waste my time. Where's Yang Lianshuang? Yang Xian appeared in front of Yang Yi and said, If you choose to flee, then based on the strength you possess, the Yang clan wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But you've returned. Do you really think you can fight the Yang clan? Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Where's Yang Lianshuang? Yang Xian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, The Sky Prison. It's where the members of the Yang clan who've committed serious crimes are kept. Yang Yi asked. How do I get there? Yang Xian shook her head slightly. You can't save her, and she doesn't need you to save her. Listen to me and leave Heaven Void Continent right now. Leave the Milky Way system and go far away. Don't get yourself mixed up in the Yang clan's business. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Since the moment you went to look for me, it was impossible for me to avoid getting mixed up in the Yang clan's business. If you really want to help me, then tell me where the Sky Prison is. As for everything else, just save it. Because it doesn't make a difference. She fell silent for a long time before she flicked a ray of light towards Yang Yi, and it entered his forehead. It didn't take long for some information to appear in Yang Yi's mind, and it was the location of the Sky Prison. Thank you? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to leave. However, Yang Xian suddenly asked, Where's your father? Who knows? Yang Yi vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Xian remained silent on the spot. The Sky Prison was situated 3 kilometers underground beneath Fekta City, and it was considered the #1 forbidden area of the Yang clan. Because those who committed grave crimes in the Yang clan were imprisoned there. If nothing unexpected happened, all of them would be imprisoned until the day they died. Yang Yi traveled along the path Yang Xian provided him and snuck into the prison. It was divided into 3 levels, and every level had a formation. However, those formations were useless against Yang Yi. Yang Lianshuang was being held on the 3rd level. All along the way, Yang Yi noticed that the people being imprisoned here were quite strong, and the weakest amongst them was at the Zenith realm. However, there weren't many of them. The 1st level had around 10 prisoners, and the 2nd level had even fewer. There were only 4 prisoners on the 2nd level. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to get to the 3rd level. There were only 2 people in the 3rd level, and it was a slovenly middle-aged man and Yang Lianshuang. When he arrived in the 3rd level, both the middle-aged man and Yang Lianshuang opened their eyes simultaneously. Yang Lianshuang said, You're here! Yang Yi walked out from the shadows, glanced at the surroundings, and then gazed at her. He noticed a black circle of light on the ground below her. Moreover, Yang Lianshuang wasn't the only one who had such a black circle of light below her. It was the same for the middle-aged man as well. Energy prisons, Yang Lianshuang explained. It can restrain a person's profound energy, causing that person to lose his or her cultivation. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and looked her in the eyes. Why? She gazed at him for a long time before she said, Looks like you've noticed. As soon as she finished speaking, a black circle of light appeared below Yang Yi. In an instant, he felt like his profound energy had fallen into deep sleep, and he couldn't mobilize it no matter what. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, the space around him trembled, and then over a dozen figures appeared here. The person who led the group was none other than the Yang clan's current patriarch, Yang Xiao. A trap. It was a trap. Actually, Yang Yi had felt something was off when he entered the 3rd level. Because he hadn't encountered any obstruction all along the way. Just think about it. How could the prison for these experts of the Yang clan be that easy to enter? At that moment, he'd intended to leave, but it was too late. Because Yang Lianshuang had noticed his presence. Sure enough, it was a trap. A trap laid out just for him. Yang Xiao spoke indifferently. Yang Yi! We've been waiting for you. Yang Yi ignored Yang Xiao and gazed at Yang Lianshuang. Why? He didn't really understand why she would work with the Yang clan to lead him into a trap. She replied with a question. Why did you come to save me? Yang Yi shook his head. It's all meaningless now. I just don't understand why you would help the Yang clan. Can you tell me why? I'll tell you, Yang Xiao suddenly said. Because she's the Yang clan's successor now. Understand? The Yang clan's successor. Yang Yi glanced at her. At this moment, he understood everything. So, the Yang clan had made a compromise, and so had she. Now Yang Lianshuang and the Yang clan were on the same side. Meanwhile, Yang Shao suddenly said, Yan Yi, you're actually a true genius. If it wasn't for your father, my Yang clan would definitely focus its efforts on fostering you, and you'll definitely be the next patriarch of my Yang clan. Unfortunately, Yan Yi chuckled and glanced at Yang Shao and all the other experts of the Yang clan who were present here. This is quite the force you've brought. However, just these few true realm experts aren't really enough to kill me. Where's that ancestor of your clan? He hasn't emerged from his closed-door cultivation. Yang Lianshuang suddenly said. It was just a trick. Experts like them only emerge from their closed-door cultivation when it's a moment of life and death for the Yang clan. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Lianshuang. So, your goal was to lure me here? Yang Lianshuang nodded. Exactly. Meanwhile, Yang Shao suddenly said, Yan Yi, I have a question. Your father was exiled all those years ago, and we thought he perished. However, it seems like he's still alive. Since he's alive, where is he? Yang Ye's father! Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. After all, Yang Ye's father was like a god in the Yang clan all those years ago. Yang Yi chuckled. What? All of you intend to kill him? Yang Shao spoke indifferently. I'm just asking. Yang Yi shrugged and didn't say anything. A moment later, the primordial pagoda shook violently, and then the profound energy within him instantly started surging. Once his profound energy could be used again, a ray of light flashed. Bang! In an instant, the black circle of light below Yang Yi was blasted apart. Yang Yi shook his head and said, That formation is pretty bad. Yang Shao gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, As expected, it can't suppress you. But that's fine. No one will be able to save you today. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. The walls and the surroundings instantly started moving, and then beams of light shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly when he saw the beams of light. Because the energy they contained made him feel a sense of danger. Yang Ye's left wrist moved slightly, and then a beam of light shattered. However, he was pushed backwards repeatedly. After that, countless beams of light arrived before him and sealed off all his paths of retreat. Meanwhile, Yang Shao suddenly gazed at Yang Lianshuang. Kill him and you'll be both the Yang clan's successor and the next patriarch of the Yang clan. Yang Lianshuang nodded slightly, and then the black phoenix claw on her neck trembled. An instant later, she vanished on the spot. However, she hadn't charged at Yang Yi. She'd appeared before Yang Shao, and then a bolt of black lightning instantly flashed towards Yang Shao. Yang Zhao's expression changed, and he immediately slammed his left fist forward. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Shao was blasted backwards. He only stopped moving backwards when his figure struck against the wall. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang started walking slowly in Yang Shao and the others' direction. It's time for the old of the Yang clan to be replaced by the young. Chapter 1744 Weeds should be pulled out by the roots. This scene had occurred too abruptly, and it was to the point that some here were still stunned by it. It was the same even for Yang Yi, who was fighting against those beams of light. Yang Lianshuang attacked Yang Zhao's group? What's she doing? Meanwhile, a few dozen bolts of lightning appeared here, and they shot into the walls beside Yang Yi. Boom! In an instant, the entire sky prison shattered. As soon as it shattered, the experts imprisoned on the first and second hadn't fled. They went over to Yang Lianshuang and bowed. Master! Yang Lianshuang nodded slightly, and they instantly went to stand behind her. Meanwhile, Yang Shao suddenly said, Yang Lianshuang, what's the meaning of this? She replied indifferently. What's the meaning of this? Yang Shao, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Kill Yang Yi and I'll be the successor of the Yang clan? If I'm not wrong, the next person you eliminate after Yang Yi will be me. Yang Shao gazed at her and didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Yi and said, I'm really surprised that you came to save me. I thought that you would flee after finding out that a 6th-stage true realm expert of the Yang clan has shown himself. However, you didn't, and you even returned to the Yang clan to save me. I'm really surprised. But that is good too. Since you're here, then let's put an end to our enmity with the Yang clan, Yang Xiao suddenly said. Yang Lianshuang, are you trying to rebel against the clan? Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Xian. You're right. That's exactly what I intend. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand, and then 7 of the old men behind Yang Xiao went over to her. At the same time, Fecta's city shook violently before countless figures flashed out from all over the city. In the end, all of them converged behind Yang Lianshuang. There were a few thousand of them. There were actually 7 true realm experts amongst them, and one of them was even a 4th stage true realm expert, while 2 more were at the 3rd stage, and the rest were at the 1st and 2nd stage. Besides that, the rest were mostly Zenith realm experts. All of them supported Yang Lianshuang, and they were her trusted subordinates in the Yang clan. Something worth mentioning was that Yang Xian was standing behind Yang Lianshuang as well. At this moment, the Yang clan was divided into 2 sides. Yang Xiao glanced at the people behind Yang Lianshuang and spoke coldly. What? All of you intend to rebel with her? Meanwhile, an old man behind Yang Lianshuang stepped forward. He glanced at Yang Xiao and said, Patriarch, Lianshuang is a peerless genius of our Yang clan. The Yang clan will definitely thrive and prosper under her leadership. So please give up your position? Patriarch, please abdicate. Countless behind Yang Lianshuang spoke in unison. They were forcing him to abdicate his position. Yang Zhao's face was calm. He gazed at Yang Lianshuang and said, Needless to say, you're not just strong, you're very skilled in scheming. To be honest, if you didn't do this, I wouldn't even know that so many people in the Yang clan support you. Yang Lianshuang looked Yang Xiao in the eyes. I think I'm more suited to be the patriarch than you. So, abdicate and I'll allow your family and supporters to live. If you resist until the end, then trust me, you and everyone who supports you will die. Yang Xiao spoke indifferently. If all of us die, then even if you obtain the Yang clan, it'll just be a crippled Yang clan. Yang Lianshuang took a step forward and said, So long as I'm there, the Yang clan will prosper. Yang Xiao gazed at Yang Lianshuang for a long time and said, A woman has never been the patriarch of the Yang clan in the past, and it won't happen in the future. Yang Lianshuang closed her eyes slowly. Since you refuse to abdicate, then die. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. At the moment she vanished, a bolt of lightning instantly flashed. Bang! An instant later, Yang Xiao was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang suddenly stretched out her right hand and clenched it slowly. Crackle! The sky dimmed down, and then a huge pool of lightning appeared in the city above the city. At the same time, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly shot down from within the pool of lightning. It pierced through space and arrived above Yang Xiao. Yang Zhao's expression changed slightly. He stomped his right foot down and shot up into the sky. When he arrived around 1 m away from the lightning, he overlapped his palms and slapped them forward. Boom! The entire city shook before the might of this attack, and the bolt of lightning instantly exploded apart, and transformed into sparks that rained down from the sky. After that, Yang Xiao immediately gazed at Yang Lianshuang, and then he stretched out his right hand and grasped it in her direction. Bang! The space around her suddenly collapsed, and then explosions resounded incessantly within the black hole. Around 3 breaths of time later, that expanse of space returned to normal. Yang Lianshuang was still standing there, and she wasn't injured at all. Yang Zhao's eyes instantly narrowed at the sight of this, and Yang Yi frowned as well. Because even he didn't know how Yang Lianshuang had defended herself against that attack. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang took a step forward, and then bolts of lightning surged out from her. They flickered incessantly around him, and every single one of them contained extremely terrifying strength. An extremely solemn expression covered Yang Zhao's face. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang vanished on the spot, and she was in front of Yang Xiao when she appeared again. After that, she slapped her palm in his direction, and her palm flickered with lightning. Yang Xiao would naturally not dodge. At this moment, everyone was watching, so he couldn't lose, nor could he take a step back. As soon as he took a step back, his prestige as the patriarch would definitely decline tremendously. Take it head on! Yang Shao slammed his fist forward. Boom! As soon as their attacks collided, space in a huge area shook violently, and then cracks appeared all around them. As for Yang Lianshuang and Yang Shao, they were pushed backwards repeatedly. However, Yang Lianshuang suddenly made a chopping motion with both her hands while her figure was being pushed back. Hiss! Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. A bolt of black lightning flashed out from before her and instantly arrived in front of Yang Shao. Yang Shao was shocked, and he hurriedly slammed his fist forward. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Shao was blasted 3 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang had stopped herself, and she just suddenly appeared before Yang Shao and tapped her finger forward. A bolt of lightning immediately appeared on the tip of her finger, and then it grew and enveloped Yang Shao in just a moment. Boom! A thunderclap resounded, and Yang Shao was blasted another 3 kilometers back. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang stretched out her right hand and pressed her palm downwards. Descend! Crackle! Crackle! As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of lightning and thunderclaps resounded from the pool of lightning, and then countless bolts of lightning rained down from it like a storm. All of them were aimed at Yang Shao. They were extremely swift, and it only took less than a breath of time for them to arrive right above Yang Shao. However, Yang Zhao's reaction was swift. When the rain of lightning arrived above him, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from him, and then a spear appeared in his grasp. After that, the spear was accompanied by countless spear images as it enveloped the lightning. Rumble! Explosions resounded incessantly in the sky above the city, and the entire city shook along with them. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Lianshuang and Yang Shao, and he had an extremely solemn expression on his face. He was naturally able to discern that both Yang Lianshuang and Yang Shao hadn't gotten serious until now, and under such circumstances, their strength was still so terrifying. Yang Zhao's strength wasn't that shocking. He was a 4th-stage True Realm expert, and he was one who'd made a name for himself a very long time ago. But Yang Lianshuang was quite terrifying. After all, she wasn't even 30. Why are all the women I know so terrifying? Yang Yi couldn't help but feel depressed. Amongst the women he knew, like in Nanjing and that woman in a red dress, all of them possessed extremely heaven-defying strength. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion dragged Yang Ye's mind back to reality. He looked towards the distance, and he saw that Yang Shao and Yang Lianshuang had split apart. They were 3 kilometers away from each other. Yang Lianshuang's face was calm, but Yang Zhao's face was quite unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, Yang Shao, if this is the extent of your strength, then I have to say that I'm quite disappointed. Yang Shao glanced at Yang Lianshuang's group, and then he suddenly chuckled. Yang Lianshuang, do you think I never expected you to rebel against me? All of this was within my expectations, and I needed this to find out who within the Yang clan isn't loyal before dealing with all of them in one go. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. In an instant, the space in the surroundings shook violently, and then 20 middle-aged men in violet armor appeared. All of them were 3rd-stage True Realm experts. Yang Lianshuang spoke solemnly. The Sentinel Guard! Yang Yi gazed at her with a puzzled expression. The Sentinel Guard? She glanced at him and said, The mysterious army of the Yang clan which I told you about. Only 3 people can mobilize them. She gazed at Yang Shao and continued, 23rd stage True Realm expert. Ha ha! Yang Shao, you've even summoned the final trump card of the Yang clan. Looks like you're determined to eliminate us. Yang Shao glanced coldly at Yang Lianshuang and Yang Yi. All of you are going to die today. Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Yi. How many can you fight? Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he thought for a moment before he replied. I'm weak, so I'll just fight one of them. Hey, what's with that gaze? All right, 2. 3. 3. I really can't fight more. I'll run if you make me fight more. Yang Shao suddenly chuckled. Yang Yi, the Sentinel Guard has 23 members, but there are only 20 here. Do you know where the last three are? Yang Yi gazed at Yang Xiao, and then he slowly clenched his left hand. Yes. Yang Xiao smiled. You've guessed correctly. They've gone to the Merak system. Weeds should be pulled out by the roots, right? Chapter 1745 I'll annihilate your family first. As the patriarch of the Yang clan, he naturally understood that weeds had to be pulled out by the roots, or they would grow again when the time was right. Just like Yang Ye's father. The Yang clan hadn't been able to kill him all those years ago, so now Yang Yi was here, and Yang Yi was clearly more terrifying than his father. Yang Ye's father had a sense of belonging to the Yang clan, but Yang Yi didn't. Everyone knew that if Yang Yi was given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to wipe out the Yang clan from the face of the Milky Way system. So, not only did Yang Yi have to die, everyone related to Yang Yi had to die too. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Xiao for a long time in silence, and then he turned around with the intent to leave. However, Yang Xiao suddenly said, You want to go to Merak system? Can you? As soon as he finished speaking, a few true realm experts obstructed Yang Ye's path. At this moment, Yang Ye's face instantly turned ferocious, and then he vanished on the spot. Split second. His technique, split second, was extremely fast. However, the people here weren't ordinary. So, while his speed was absolutely swift, they could still catch his movements. So, at the moment he vanished, one of the sentinel guards in front of him swung his saber with both hands. Clang! A clear and loud clang resounded. That true realm expert was pushed backwards by the force of the collision. Suddenly Yang Xiao said, Watch out! As soon as he finished speaking, the head of that true realm expert flew up into the air while his body was still being pushed back. Blood surged out like a torrent, and formed a gorgeous arm in midair. A third-stage true realm expert had been killed with just 2 attacks. The expressions of everyone here changed. Yang Lianshuang glanced at Yang Yi. There was a trace of shock in her eyes too. The sentinel guards of the Yang clan weren't weak, and it was obvious from how fast that sentinel guard had reacted when Yang Yi attacked. However, she hadn't expected Yang Yi to end that expert's life with just 2 attacks. Obviously, Yang Yi had grown even stronger. After Yang Yi killed that true realm expert, he didn't attack again. He seized the moment that everyone was stunned to shoot up into the sky. All he cared about was the Merak system. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then Yang Yi returned to where he had been a moment ago. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. At this moment, a huge barrier of light covered the sky above Fecta City. Numerous fist-sized mysterious symbols were flickering through the barrier of light, and countless strands of spirit energy were surging up into the sky from within the city. In the end, all the spirit energy surged into the huge barrier of light. The sky cloud formation! Yang Lianshuang's eyes suddenly narrowed. I didn't expect you to even activate that formation too. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Zhao's mouth. I told you. All of you'll die today. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and intended to shoot up into the air again. But Yang Lianshuang obstructed his path and said, Don't waste your energy. That formation is the final defensive formation of the Yang clan. It's only activated when it's a moment of life and death for Fecta City. Once it's activated, even a 6th-stage true realm expert can't break through it in a short amount of time. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly gazed at Yang Zhao's group. I know that you're definitely able to make them stop going to Merak system, right? Yes. Yang Xiao laughed coldly. But do you think I would tell them to stop? Of course, if you begged me, I might consider that. So, beg me. Of course, you must kneel. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Lianshuang. Help me do something. Yang Lianshuang asked. What? Yang Yi gazed at Yang Xiao. Bring his entire family here. Every single one of them. Yang Zhao's face turned cold when he heard Yang Yi. Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Yi for a few moments, and then she waved her hand. Bring Yang Zhao's entire family. A few true realm experts behind her immediately vanished on the spot. Stop them! Yan Zhao's voice resounded, and then a few True Realm experts charged at those True Realm experts that Yang Lianshuang had sent. Suddenly Yan Yi appeared before those True Realm experts. Their expressions immediately changed when they saw Yan Yi. Yan Yi had just killed a third-stage True Realm expert with 2 attacks, and they'd witnessed that with their own eyes. So, they didn't dare to act carelessly when facing Yan Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao suddenly waved his right hand, and then 5 more True Realm experts went over to Yan Yi. At this moment, there were 8 third-stage True Realm experts in front of Yan Yi. 8. Yang Lianshuang glanced at Yan Yi. Can you deal with them? Yan Yi gazed at her. I'll leave the rest to you. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged at Yang Xiao. As for the others behind her, they immediately charged at the group that stood behind Yang Xiao. The battle erupted. The 8 True Realm experts in front of Yang Yi surrounded him. At the same time, Yang Yi noticed that their auras were actually joined together, and it felt like they were a single entity and not 8 different people. Yang Yi stood in confrontation with them for a moment, and then they suddenly vanished on the spot. A moment later, 8 sabers appeared above Yang Yi, and the powerful auras carried within them warped the space around Yang Yi. Moreover, Yang Yi, who suffered the brunt of it, even turned pale. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. This time, Yang Yi didn't use the sword precursor, and he used the wooden sword instead. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of scarlet red seeped out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his left arm and the left side of his body started to crack open. In just a short while, his entire left arm and the left side of his body had turned blood red. The joint forces of 8 third-stage True Realm experts was absolutely terrifying. Not to mention that Yang Yi was just a Zenith Realm expert right now, he wouldn't have been able to resist their joint forces with ease even if he was at the True Realm. Yang Yi spat out the blood in his mouth, and then he looked up at them. At this moment, the 8 of them suddenly vanished on the spot. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Ye's eyes when he saw them charge at him. In an instant, a black sword chest appeared before Yang Yi, and then 6 sword howls resounded. After that, the 6 swords formed a circle and started spinning rapidly. Hiss! 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 The sound of something being sliced apart resounded incessantly. It was space that was being sliced open. Everyone in the surroundings looked over in Yang Ye's direction. They noticed that the space around Yang Yi seemed like it was being cut open by hundreds of scissors. Spatial rifts were ceaselessly appearing around Yang Yi, and these spatial rifts were even rapidly spreading towards the surroundings. H! A shrill and miserable cry resounded. As soon as it resounded, a second, and a third shrill cry resounded in succession. Yang Zhao's expression became extremely unsightly when he heard the shrill cries. A few breaths of time passed, and then the battlefield finally calmed down. At this moment, only 4 out of the 8 True Realm experts in front of Yang Yi remained. Moreover, all 4 of them were heavily injured. Many had even lost some limbs, and they were covered in injuries. One of the True Realm experts had suffered exceptionally severe injuries, and that expert had even lost half of his head. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone was looking at Yang Yi. He'd killed 5 True Realm experts in just a short while. At this moment, Yang Xiao and the others' expressions were unsightly to the extreme. As far as he was concerned, even if 8 True Realm experts couldn't kill Yang Yi, they were definitely capable of heavily injuring Yang Yi. However, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually kill 4 of them in an instant. Losing 5 True Realm experts in just a short while was a huge blow to him, and it was a huge blow to the Yang clan as well. After Yang Yi activated the obliteration sword formation, he immediately withdrew 2 energy pearls and swallowed them. At this moment, while he seemed extremely calm on the surface, he was actually exhausted. Activating the sword formation hadn't just exhausted his profound energy, it had exhausted a huge amount of his mental strength. In short, it was still quite strenuous for him to utilize that sword formation at his current level of strength. Suddenly, Yang Zhao's expression changed. It was because those true realm experts Yang Lianshuang sent earlier had arrived not too far behind Yang Yi, and they'd brought a few hundred people with them. Yang Zhao's face was unsightly to the extreme when he saw them. He'd thought that even if the joint forces of 8 true realm experts couldn't kill Yang Yi, they would be absolutely capable of repulsing Yang Yi in a short while. So long as they pushed Yang Yi back, they could leave to save his family. However, the situation hadn't developed in the direction that he'd wanted. Yang Yi had killed 4 of the 8 true realm experts on his own. Yang Yi took a deep breath and gazed at Yang Xiao. I've always felt that enmity should not extend to the family. So, even if there's enmity between me and someone, I usually just look for trouble with that person, and I rarely target that person's family. I think that threatening someone with their family is a cowardly act. Yang Yi paused for a moment at this point and continued. However, there's always an exception. Merak's system is like my reverse scale. Yang Xiao, let's deal with the enmity between us on our own. So, tell your forces to return. All right? Yang Xiao gazed at Yang Yi. What if I refuse? Hiss. Suddenly, over a dozen heads flew up into the air from within the group behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked Yang Xiao in the eyes. If you refuse, then I'll annihilate your family first. Chapter 1746 A Tooth for a Tooth. I'll annihilate your family. Yang Ye's icy cold voice resounded through the surroundings. Beg Yang Xiao to recall those true realm experts that were heading to Merak's system? Yang Yi had never held such a thought. Because he was very well aware that he would only be asking for insults if he begged Yang Xiao. Moreover, even after he was insulted, Yang Xiao would still not recall those experts. So, Yang Yi decided to give a tooth for a tooth. Yang Zhao's face was extremely unsightly when he saw Yang Yi kill over a dozen of them, and then he charged at Yang Yi. However, it only took a moment for a huge ball of lightning to appear before him. Bang! The ball of lightning exploded apart, and Yang Xiao was blasted over 1 kilometer away. At the same time, fine threads of lightning appeared in a huge area around Yang Xiao. They flickered incessantly, and the powerful energy contained within them caused space to tremble violently. Yang Xiao vanished on the spot again. At the same time, Yang Lianshuang waved her hand forward lightly, and then a few dozen bolts of lightning moved forward in a horizontal wave. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Xiao was pushed over 300 m back. Yang Xiao looked at Yang Lianshuang. He stared at her as he said, Yang Lianshuang, many of them are your cousin brothers and sisters. The biggest problem for him was Yang Yi and not Yang Lianshuang. Because Yang Yi was all alone, but Yang Lianshuang had a huge number of experts from the Yang clan relying on her. Cousin brothers and sisters? Yang Lianshuang laughed coldly. Yang Xiao, do you know why I'm so determined to seize the position of patriarch in the Yang clan? She didn't wait for Yang Xiao to answer her, and continued. Besides what my mother said, there's one more reason. It's because I think you're not worthy of being the patriarch. Do you remember when my mother brought me along to beg you to protect us? But you didn't even agree to meet her. Yang Lianshuang's face was covered in ferocity as she spoke up to this point. You only had to say a word and my mother wouldn't have been tortured to death. But as far as you were concerned, both my mother and I were insignificant. So, you didn't even meet her, and so she died. Yang Xiao spoke in a low voice. That's why you hate me? Hate you? A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Lianshuang's mouth. No, I don't hate you. I hate the system that the Yang clan runs on. This system where everyone's worth is determined by natural talent, strength, and the benefits they can provide. Everyone here fell silent when they heard this. Familial love didn't exist in the Yang clan. Actually, the Yang clan wasn't alone in this. Every clan could be said to be devoid of familial love. If one had potential and natural talent, the clan would focus on fostering that person and treat that person well. However, those without natural talent and potential wouldn't even be treated like they were human. However, it was much more bluntly displayed in the Yang clan. Actually, it was normal for them to act like that. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang continued. I understand that those with natural talent and potential represent that they have a future, and those with a future would naturally be fostered and protected by the clan. However, what about those without natural talent and potential? Tell me, would anyone foster someone without a future? But can natural talent and potential decide everything? Even if someone has no potential or natural talent now, will it always be that way? Silence filled the surroundings. Yang Lianshuang suddenly pointed at Yang Yi. His father was a central pillar of our Yang clan. However, as soon as something happened to his father, how did the Yang clan treat him? Yes, his father wasn't suited to be the patriarch anymore, but did the Yang clan have to force him into a hopeless situation and try to put an end to his life? She suddenly raised her voice at this point. Benefits. Throughout these years, I've noticed that the entire Yang clan only cares about benefits. If someone had value, the clan would support that person and foster that person, but if that person has no value, the clan will toss that person away like trash or even kill that person. That's our Yang clan. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao spoke in a low voice. A clan's resources are limited. We can only foster those who have potential. No! Yang Lianshuang suddenly said. Fostering someone with potential to transform that person into a central pillar of our clan is something I support. However, we shouldn't only focus on those with potential and overlook those without potential. She glanced at the surroundings and added, If I become the Yang clan's patriarch, I'll definitely treat everyone equally. I'll give everyone the same number of resources. Whether you become a dragon or a worm, it'll all depend on yourselves. Besides that, our Yang clan will absolutely not form any unions by marriage. You'll be free to make your own decisions on your relationships. It's your lives, so it'll be your choice. Furthermore, the women of our Yang clan will be treated as equals with the men of the clan. So long as you're capable, you can be the patriarch even if you're female. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Lianshuang. Needless to say, she had her own views and opinions when leading the Yang clan. Actually, as far as he was concerned, it was rather good for the Yang clan to let her be the patriarch. After all, her ability, intelligence, and strength were top-rate. If the Yang clan had her at its helm, then even if the Yang clan couldn't reign supreme over the medium universe of the Milky Way system, no one would dare to bully it for the next 1,000 years. Unfortunately, the Yang clan would never let her become the patriarch. Reform. Yang Lianshuang wanted reform. Reform required a purge, and it meant that many people in the Yang clan had to give up the authority they had. It was naturally Yang Xiao and the others who had to do that. However, how could they possibly be willing to give up their authority and stay behind the scenes? Some things may not be that difficult to get, but they were difficult to give up. After all, once they gave it up and Yang Lianshuang decided to get even with them, then they wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Yang Xiao gazed at Yang Lianshuang for a long time, and then he said, You're not the patriarch yet, and my Yang clan will never let a woman become the patriarch. I won't allow it even if the clan splits apart. He glanced at the people behind Yang Lianshuang and continued, I'll give all of you one final chance. You still have time to correct your mistakes now. Otherwise, hiss. Hiss. Suddenly, over a dozen more heads flew up from the group behind Yang Yi. Yang Zhao's face was instantly filled with a savage expression. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi looked Yang Xiao in the eyes. I'm not interested in hearing the nonsense you spout. I'll ask you one last time. Will you make them come back or not? Yang Xiao gazed at Yang Yi and spoke fiercely. If you dare to kill another person, I'll definitely make them wash Merak's system with blood. You. Hiss. 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 Meanwhile, over 30 heads flew up from the group behind Yang Yi. All of them were cultivators below the true realm, so they didn't even have the chance to flee from Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Xiao. Before that happens, you'll watch your entire family die right before your eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his left hand again, and then another dozen heads flew up into the air. Yang Yi! Yang Xiao spoke fiercely. If you're a man, then stop slaughtering the weak. If you have the ability, then come at me. You! He seemed to have thought of something at this point, and he suddenly stopped speaking. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. What? Not going to continue? Yang Yi suddenly pointed his sword at Yang Xiao and continued. Yang Xiao, you know that we men should resolve our own problems between ourselves, yet you sent your forces to kill my loved ones in Merak's system. Are you even a man? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sword again. Hiss! 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 Over a dozen heads flew up into the air from amidst the ground behind Yang Yi. It wasn't that they didn't want to flee, but there were a few true realm experts around them. So, anyone who fled would die. Yang Zhao's face grew even more ferocious when he witnessed this scene. He naturally wanted to attack, but he was very well aware that with the strength Yang Yi possessed, he was utterly incapable of killing Yang Yi in an instant. Not to mention killing Yang Yi in an instant, he wasn't even confident in his ability to defeat Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi still hadn't utilized that mysterious arm of his. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke fiercely. Yang Xiao, I'll fucking ask you one last time. Will you make them return or not? If you refuse, I'll kill every descendant of yours. At this moment, Yang Ye's face was quite savage. Merak's system was his reverse scale. If anyone dared to touch it, he would fight that person to the death. Just as he'd said, he had no intention to act against Yang Zhao's family, but he had no other choice now. Even if he charged out of Heaven Void Continent now, he wasn't able to make it back to Merak's system in time. Now, he could only force Yang Xiao to make those experts return. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone gazed at Yang Xiao. There were two paths laid out before Yang Xiao. Compromise or don't compromise. If he made a compromise, it meant that from today onwards, Merak's system will cease to be a trump card they could use against Yang Yi. If he decided against making a compromise, then it represented that he would be using the lives of his entire family in exchange for Merak's system. To exchange or not to exchange? Yang Xiao remained silent for a few moments, and then he suddenly looked up at the sky and said, "In clan! Ku clan! I agree to your conditions. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." Suddenly, loud laughter resounded in the sky, and then over 20 old men appeared there. The Ku clan and Ing clan. At this moment, Yang Lianshuang and Yang Ye's faces fell. Obviously, they hadn't expected the Ku clan and Yang clan to participate in this. Chapter 1747 Obliteration Sword Formation. The Ku clan and Ing clan. They were the strongest and most mysterious clans in the medium universe. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was why they were helping Yang Xiao. That was the question in everyone's minds, and it was the question in both Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang's minds. In the sky, the group of 10 on the left were led by an old man in luxurious robes. There was a small character embroidered on the old man's left chest. He was an elder of the Ing clan, Ing Wu, a peak 3rd stage true realm expert. As for the 9 old men by his side, all of them were 3rd stage true realm experts as well. However, their auras weren't as thick as his. As for the group of 10 on the right, it was led by an old man in linen robes. There was a small character embroidered on the old man's left chest. He was an elder of the Ku clan, Ku Pa. He was a peak 3rd stage true realm expert as well. Similarly, the others behind him were 3rd stage true realm experts. 23rd stage true realm experts. With the addition of these true realm experts, Yang Zhao's side could be said to possess an absolute advantage over Yang Lianshuang's side. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang suddenly said, "Yang Xiao, you were actually able to make the Ku clan and Ing clan help you? If I'm not wrong, you definitely sacrificed something of the Yang clans, right?" Yang Xiao spoke coldly. "That's my business." "Your business?" Yang Lianshuang suddenly laughed coldly. "Yang Xiao, I'm sure you realize that you're inviting disaster, right?" Yang Xiao looked her in the eyes. "If I'm not the Yang clan's patriarch, then it would be meaningless even if the Yang clan is the #1 clan in the medium universe." Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang were entirely capable of threatening his position as patriarch. If he didn't gain external support, it was very likely for his side to be crushed by Yang Lianshuang and Yan Ye's joint forces. At that time, based on the enmity between him and Yan Yi would never allow him to live. So, he had no other choice but to agree to their conditions. Even though it made the Yang clan lose a lot, it was better than death. Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yan Yi and asked, "You intend to leave, right?" Yan Yi nodded. She shook her head slightly. "It's too late. You won't make it in time even if you travel at full speed." Yan Yi fell silent for a moment and said, "You're right. However, I still intend to head back there. But before I head back..." His eyes suddenly turned blood red. "Before I head back, I'm going to kill Yang Zhao's entire family." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that entered the group behind him. "Stop him!" Yang Zhao was furious, and he charged at Yang Yi. As for the Ying clan and Ku clan's experts in the sky, they charged at Yang Yi as well. Roar! Suddenly, a colossus appeared in the sky. It was Cheongqi. At this moment, Cheongqi was clearly much stronger than before. After he appeared there, a vicious aura swept out from him, and the true realm experts charging at Yan Yi were instantly pushed over 1 kilometer back. After that, the wings on his back spread open, and they were simply capable of blotting out the sky. Cheongqi hadn't just grown much stronger, even his size was much larger. "What is that monster?" Kupa frowned. Cheongqi didn't waste his breath. He just charged at Kupo's group. Kupa and the others' expressions changed when they saw such a huge colossus charge at them. They didn't dare to attack Yang Yi anymore, and they joined forces against Cheongqi instead. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang obstructed Yang Zhao's path. Yang Lianshuang slowly clenched her fist. In an instant, arcs of lightning appeared all over her body. She looked Yang Zhao in the eyes and said, "Yang Zhao, you're worse than I expected. You actually sought outside help for the Yang clan's own internal affairs. Forget it, I'll cripple you myself." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed at Yang Zhao. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Yang Zhao's eyes. "Fine. Let's put an end to this today." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down and charged at her. Meanwhile, Ying Wu's group appeared before Yang Yi when he was just about to charge into the group of Yang Zhao's family members, and then they surrounded him. Ying Wu sized up Yang Yi and said, "You killed 2 true realm experts of my Ying clan, right?" Yang Yi glanced at Ying Wu. "I intend to kill a few more now." As soon as he finished speaking, his left wrist moved slightly, and then the expression of one of the true realm experts instantly changed. He instantly appeared over 100 m away, and a spatial rift had suddenly appeared where he was standing a moment ago. At the same time, one of his ears was gone. That true realm expert glanced at Yang Yi, and his eyes were filled with fear. If he'd been just a little slower, he wouldn't have lost an ear but half his body. It had been absolutely swift to the point that even he couldn't see it clearly. He could only rely on his instinct towards danger to flash to the side, and that had saved his life. He wasn't the only one. Ying Wu and the others had solemn expressions on their faces as well. Yan Ye's attack made them arouse a sense of danger. Yan Yi glanced at that true realm expert, and he wasn't surprised. It was very difficult for his split-second technique to kill a formidable true realm expert. However, if one strike didn't work, 2 strikes did the trick. But this time, he hadn't launched a second attack because he didn't want to waste the profound energy that he just recovered. Yan Yi waved his right hand, and the black sword chest appeared before him. Meanwhile, Yang Zhao, who was fighting Yang Lianshuang, suddenly said, "Be careful of that sword chest. Don't get careless." After all, Yan Yi had instantly killed 4 third-stage true realm experts with it just now. Even he was extremely fearful of that sword chest. Ying Wu and the others immediately glanced at Yan Ye's sword chest, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. They hadn't just heard of Yang Ye's strength, they'd even witnessed it. So, they naturally didn't dare to act carelessly. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he tapped the sword chest. Oem! A sword howl resounded. Ing Wu and the others' expressions instantly changed when they heard the sword howl, and they moved over 30 back. At the same time, an invisible defensive barrier appeared before them. However, there was no movement from the sword chest. Yan Yi glanced at Ing Wu's group. Why are all of you so tense? I was just testing it. Ing Wu and the others' expressions instantly became unsightly. Suddenly, the sword chest in front of Yan Yi shook violently, and then 6 rays of black light flashed out from them. Hiss! 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 In an instant, the space in an area of 1 kilometer around Yan Yi was sliced up. The obliteration sword formation. At this moment, the obliteration sword formation was much stronger than when he utilized it earlier. Because Yang Ye's heart was filled with the intent to kill, a boundless intent to kill. When the intent to kill appeared, his desire to destroy everything would be stronger, and that made the sword formation grow even stronger. Space was like a rag that was being cut open at random by a pair of scissors. After he activated the sword formation, Yan Yi immediately swallowed 2 energy pearls and looked towards the distance. Meanwhile, the space there had returned to normal. However, only 5 of the group of 10 remained. Ing Wu was still alive, but he wasn't in a very good state, because his arm had been sliced into numerous pieces. However, those pieces weren't sliced off cleanly, so they just dangled from his shoulder. As for the others by his side, their bodies were covered in injuries. One of them, who'd suffered comparatively severe injuries, had been cut open at the stomach. If that attack had gone just a little deeper, his body would have been cut into 2 halves. A single sword formation had instantly killed 5 true realm experts. Actually, the sword formation wasn't in its original form anymore, because Yan Yi had improved it. Or to be more precise, he was utilizing it in his own way. In other words, he had included the laws he possessed when activating the sword formation. That made the sword formation much faster, and its strength rose to a higher level. It could be said that the sword formation was even stronger because of him. Ing Wu and the others stared at Yang Yi. At this moment, their gazes were murderous. Of course, there was even more fear in their eyes. Deep fear. They had been very vigilant just now. However, 5 of them had still been killed in an instant. 5 third-stage true realm experts. It had been done by a Zenith realm expert. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, they would never believe that it was possible. Ing Wu and the others didn't attack, so Yan Yi naturally didn't attack as well. He wanted to attack, of course. But at this moment, he couldn't execute any sword techniques or the sword formation, because he'd recovered less than 20% of his total profound energy reserves. That was even because he was using the energy pearls which Snowy made. If he used other energy pearls, he would have no choice but to flee. Attack him! Suddenly Yang Xiao said. That sword formation definitely exhausted a huge amount of his profound energy, so his profound energy has dried up by now. Your joint forces are entirely sufficient to kill him with ease. Ing Wu's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Yang Xiao, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly took a step forward, and then he tapped the sword chest. Wham! A sword howl resounded from it. Ing Wu and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they moved an entire 3 kilometers back. Yang Yi looked up at them and spoke with astonishment. What are all of you doing? My hand was just itchy. I was just scratching an itch. All of them were stunned speechless. Chapter 1748. Have you been to hell? Needless to say, Ing Wu and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. They stared at Yang Yi. If their gazes could kill, Yang Yi would have died thousands of times by now. Moreover, it wasn't just their gazes that were murderous, they really did want to attack and kill him. However, they hesitated when they looked at the black sword chest in front of Yang Yi. Yang Xiao said that Yang Ye's profound energy had dried up, and they believed that. Because that sword formation had been so powerful, so it definitely exhausted a huge amount of energy. Thus, they believed that Yan Ye's profound energy had dried up. But what if Yan Ye's profound energy hadn't dried up? What if he could execute it again? Based on their current state, if Yan Ye were to activate that sword formation again, then they would definitely be annihilated. Ing Wu and the others were concerned about that and didn't dare to attack, and Yan Ye naturally wouldn't attack. He had to buy time now. The longer the better. Meanwhile, Yang Shao roared with fury. If he still had strength, he would have activated it again. But he hasn't. That's because his profound energy has dried up. If you don't attack now, you'll die once he recovers his profound energy. Ing Wu and the others gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, there was no hesitation left in their eyes. Yang Zhao's words were like a wake-up call to them. If Yang Yi still had strength, he would definitely attack them. Since Yang Yi hadn't attacked, it proved that he didn't have the strength to do so. Ing Wu and the others were about to attack, but Yang Yi suddenly wrapped his arms around the sword chest and started walking in Yang Zhao's direction. You think I don't have any profound energy left, right? Alright, let me show you if I have profound energy in me. Ing Wu and the others immediately stopped when they saw Yang Yi walking in Yang Zhao's direction. Obviously, Yang Yi intended to attack Yang Shao. Since he was going to attack Yang Shao, they were naturally not in such a hurry to attack him anymore. Because even they wanted to see if Yang Yi really had no profound energy left. Yang Zhao's expression changed when he saw Yang Yi start walking in his direction. Even though he felt that Yang Ye's strength was completely spent, he thought just like Ing Wu and the others, and he didn't dare to guarantee that Yang Ye's profound energy had really dried up. He was similarly worried that Yang Yi had the strength to activate that sword formation once more. Yang Lianshuang didn't stop attacking. He waved her hand, and numerous bolts of black lightning shot towards Yang Shao like venomous serpents. At this moment, Yang Shao became quite anxious. He didn't just have to resist Yang Lianshuang's fierce assault, he had to be on guard against Yang Yi. It wouldn't be so bad if Yang Yi just attacked, but Yang Yi didn't, and he was just walking slowly in Yang Zhao's direction. This forced Yang Shao to divide a huge amount of his attention to take precautions against Yang Yi. Ing Wu and the others stared at Yang Yi and were waiting for Yang Yi to attack. If Yang Yi utilized the sword formation, they would retreat without the slightest hesitation, and if Yang Yi just executed an ordinary sword technique, they would charge forward without the slightest hesitation. Just like that, Ing Wu and the others watched as Yang Yi stopped just 30 m away from the battlefield between Yang Shao and Yang Lianshuang. After he stopped there, he took a deep breath and placed his left hand on the sword chest. Ing Wu and the others' hearts shook at the sight of this, and their profound energy surged madly. They were prepared to retreat at any moment. Meanwhile, Yang Zhao's expression changed drastically. Because he'd focused too much of his attention on Yang Yi, he was gradually being suppressed by Yang Lianshuang. Especially right now. He'd been distracted for a moment, and it caused him to be pushed over 1 kilometer back. Moreover, a bloody injury had appeared on his chest. However, he paid no attention to Yang Lianshuang. Practically 70% of his attention was on Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi slowly tapped the sword chest while everyone watched him. Oem! The sword chest shook violently, and a sword howl resounded. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically. However, besides the sword howl, nothing else happened. Suddenly Yang Yi gazed at Ing Wu's group. Actually, he's right. I really don't have any profound energy. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Ing Wu's mouth. After that, Ing Wu and the others didn't hesitate to charge at Yang Yi. Yang Yi immediately issued a command in his heart when he saw them charge at him. In an instant, 6 black swords shot out from the sword chest while Yang Yi simultaneously charged at Ing Wu's group while holding the sword precursor in his grasp. Even though he couldn't activate the sword formation again, it didn't represent that he didn't have the strength to fight. 1 against 5. Yang Yi was fighting 5 opponents, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Ing Wu and the others were heavily injured from the sword formation, so their combat strengths were only comparable to ordinary true realm experts at most. As for Yang Yi, besides overusing his profound energy, he wasn't injured at all. So, he could fight all 5 of them on his own. His focus was split into 7. The 6 swords were like 6 of his arms, and while they weren't able to kill any of his opponents, they were able to keep Ing Wu's group busy. So, it prevented them from ganging up on him. Even though he was able to keep them busy, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang. Because Yang Lianshuang's forces were being completely suppressed once Yang Zhao's side were assisted by the experts of the Ku clan. Moreover, based on the current situation, Yang Lianshuang's forces were on the verge of being annihilated. As for Qiongqi, he was keeping 5 third-stage True Realm experts busy on his own, and he was merely able to resist them. Yang Lianshuang was obviously aware that she couldn't delay any longer. So, once she repulsed Yang Xiao, she didn't attack again. What? Yang Xiao laughed fiercely. You're not going to attack anymore? She glanced at Yang Xiao, and then slowly closed her eyes. As soon as her eyes were shut, a fine bolt of lightning appeared on the center of her forehead, and it didn't take long for countless arcs of lightning to flicker all around her. A moment later, these arcs of black lightning stretched out in front of her. They moved extremely swiftly, and there were a huge number of them. In just an instant, an area of almost 1 kilometer before her was covered in bolts of lightning. Yang Xiao had an extremely solemn expression on his face when he witnessed this. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. He knew that it was time to get serious. Yang Xiao took a step forward, and then he stretched his hands out. After that, he clenched them, and then space in an area of 1 kilometer around him instantly started bubbling rapidly like boiling water. In an instant, countless energy fists flashed out from the expanse of bubbling space, and there were a few thousand of them. Smash! Yang Zhao's voice resounded, and then he slammed his fists forward. The energy fists instantly rained down towards Yang Lianshuang like a storm. Boom! 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 As soon as the energy fists came into contact with the bolts of lightning, explosions rumbled incessantly through the sky above Fecta's city. At the same time, the entire city shook violently. The heavens and the earth seemed like they were collapsing. Around 10 breaths of time later, Fecta's city gradually calmed down. However, most of its buildings had vanished, and those that hadn't vanished had been reduced to ruins. Yang Lianshuang and Yang Xiao stood facing each other, and they were less than 300 m away from each other. Yang Xiao was in quite a miserable state. His countenance was ghastly pale, and his body was covered in burn marks. Moreover, weak arcs of lightning were still flickering throughout his body. As for Yang Lianshuang, besides a slightly pale countenance, there were no other injuries on her. Obviously, she'd won the last collision. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. If Yang Lianshuang lost, then the situation would be quite bad, and it would affect his plans. Yang Xiao stared at Yang Lianshuang. I didn't expect you to have grown to such an extent. I should have killed you all those years ago. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Lianshuang's lips. Unfortunately, it's too late. She gazed at the others behind Yang Xiao and continued. You're all members of the Yang clan. I can let bygones be bygones if you realize your mistakes right now. If you insist on being stubborn, then don't blame me for not giving consideration to the fact that we're linked by blood. The people behind Yang Xiao remained silent. They hadn't expected Yang Xiao to lose to her. To surrender or not to surrender? If they surrendered, then based on their knowledge of her character, Yang Lianshuang would definitely do as she said. Suddenly Yang Xiao chuckled. Everyone gazed at Yang Xiao. But Yang Xiao gazed at Yang Yi instead. He laughed as he said, Yang Yi, I have good news for you. My people have arrived at Merak system. Ha! Meanwhile, Ing Wu slammed his fist at Yang Ye's chest. However, right when everyone thought Yang Yi would defend himself, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and allowed Ing Wu's fist to strike his back. Bang! A muffled bang resounded, and then Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. At the same time, Yang Zhao's expression changed drastically, and he slammed his fist forward. As soon as his fist shot forward, a sword stabbed against it. A moment later, the sword pierced through Yang Zhao's fist. Yang Zhao's expression changed drastically, and he was about to flee, but it was too late. A sword was pressed against Yang Zhao's throat. The surroundings fell silent. No one had expected Yang Yi to not defend himself against Ying Wu's punch and willingly suffer that blow in order to rely on the force of it to attack Yang Yi. It had exceeded everyone's expectations. Yang Yi looked Yang Xiao in the eyes. Tell them to come back. Come back? Yang Xiao laughed ferociously. It's too late. The order I gave them was to spare no one in Merak's system. Yan Ye's eyes instantly turned blood red. Have you been to hell? If you haven't, I can give you a taste right now. Chapter 1749 Kill Him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Ye's sword started to move. Everyone watched as Yang Zhao's arms and legs were chopped off. After that, 2 black swords nailed Yang Zhao's limbless body to the ground. How dare you! Some of the true realm experts on Yang Zhao's side immediately charged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then the head of the true realm expert at the front of the group flew up into the air. That true realm expert was merely at the first stage, so he couldn't resist Yang Yi a split second at all. Once they saw Yang Yi kill another true realm expert in an instant, the others stopped and didn't dare step forward. Meanwhile, the Ku clan and Ying clan's experts had stopped. Even Yang Xiao had fallen into Yang Ye's hands, so they would naturally not continue fighting. Because at this moment, Yang Xiao had lost the ability to fulfill his promise to them. Unless they saved Yang Xiao. However, unless Yang Yi willingly released Yang Xiao, no one here could save Yang Xiao from Yang Yi. Because it would only take an instant for Yang Yi to kill Yang Xiao right now. Yang Xiao didn't reveal any fear as he gazed at Yang Yi who stood before him. Yang Yi, don't you care a lot about your loved ones? Haha! I really want to see how you'll look when you get back to Merak's system and see your women, daughter, and sister are dead. It'll definitely be a magnificent sight. Ha! How sad! Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang spoke abruptly. Yang Xiao, in life, winning should be accomplished in an upright manner, and a loss should be accepted openly. I thought you were a prominent figure, but now it would seem like you're worse than a dog. A prominent figure. It was alright to stop at nothing to accomplish one's objective, but there should be limits. At the very least, when one loses, one shouldn't threaten their opponent's family to feel happy about themselves. Such people were incompetent. It was like the keyboard warriors of the world. They were incompetent. They couldn't see a better side of the world, so they were eternally stuck in their narrow view of the world. The success of others incurred their curses, the wealth of others incurred their curses as well. Such people cursed others to feel happy about themselves. But in actuality, they were the most useless and most pitiable. At this moment, Yang Xiao wasn't able to defeat his opponent, so he was using such a method to feel happy about himself. He was pitiable and useless. Yang Zhao's expression turned extremely unsightly when he heard Yang Lianshuang. Because it had struck right at his heart. He felt embarrassed. Such embarrassment felt like doing something despicable and being exposed in public. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Yi. Give him a swift death! A swift death? A fierce smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. That'll be letting him off too easy. He gazed at Yang Xiao and continued. Do you know what it's like to be skinned? You definitely don't. But don't worry, you'll find out very soon. I'll slice it off in layers, just like removing the skin of a fruit. I'll slice off 1,000 layers. It's definitely possible with my skill with the sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi started. Just like that, everyone watched as Yang Yi started skinning Yang Xiao. Meanwhile, far away in Merak's system. At this moment, 2 unwelcome guests had arrived at Merak's system. They wore black robes, and they held sabers in their hands. They were 2 of the Yang clan's sentinel guard. This is Merak's system? The black-robed old man on the left suddenly said, as expected of a low-level stellar system. It isn't just small, the spirit energy here is so scarce too. The black-robed old man on the right said, the people here are even weaker. The old man on the left nodded slightly and said, "Do you think the patriarch has dealt with Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang?" The old man on the right spoke indifferently. He wouldn't have acted if he wasn't certain. Since he has, he's definitely confident in his ability to deal with them. So, we just have to slaughter the people of this system and report back. The old man on the left nodded slightly. True. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and then a terrifying aura swept out from within him. The aura slammed down towards Sky Continent. However, the aura hadn't even been able to get close to Sky Continent before it vanished into thin air. At this moment, their expressions changed. They looked towards the distance, and they saw a person there. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw that person. One of the old men cried out involuntarily. How could it possibly be you? Suddenly, a ray of cold light flashed. Hiss! 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 Their bodies instantly stiffened on the spot, and then their bodies were sliced into a few thousand pieces. The surroundings became calm once more. Milky Way system. Heaven Void Continent. Fecta City. At this moment, an absolutely bloody scene was playing out in the city. Yang Xiao was nailed to the ground, and Yang Yi was ceaselessly skinning Yang Xiao. Every single swing of Yang Ye's sword would cause a layer of Yang Zhao's skin to fall off, but it was an extremely thin layer that was practically translucent. Death by 1,000 cuts. Actually, it couldn't even be called that because it was much more terrifying than that. No one here stopped Yang Yi. Yang Zhao's subordinates did desire to save Yang Xiao, but they didn't dare to do anything. After all, besides Yang Yi, Yang Lianshuang was here too. If they attacked, they would definitely die. Yang Lianshuang glanced at Yang Yi and didn't stop him. Anyone could discern that Yang Yi was on the verge of going berserk. If she were to stop him now, she would incur his hatred. Even though she didn't fear him, she didn't want to become enemies with Yang Yi just for Yang Xiao. As for the Ying clan and Ku clan, they would definitely not stop him. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. At this moment, Yan Yi and Yan Lianshuang were in control of the entire situation, so attacking wouldn't make any difference. No one stopped him, so Yang Yi just sliced off Yang Zhao's skin, bit by bit. Yang Xiao was quite unyielding. During this entire process, he didn't beg for mercy or let out a single shrill cry. After all, he was someone in a position of superiority, so he had some backbone. It didn't take long for Yang Zhao's appearance to become beyond horrifying, and it could be said that besides his eyes, there wasn't a single whole part throughout Yang Zhao's body. It was bloody and horrifying. The Ying clan and Ku clan's experts stared at Yang Yi. Their eyes were filled with fear, and besides fear, there was a trace of terror. Ruthless. Yang Yi was too ruthless. When facing someone like Yang Yi, one had to either kill him immediately, so he had no chance to make a comeback, or don't become enemies with him. Otherwise, once he was given an opportunity, he would definitely take revenge like a madman. Yang Yi was about to swing his sword again when the expressions of everyone here changed. A moment later, Yang Yi was blasted away, and he flew almost 10 kilometers before he finally stopped. A trace of blood immediately seeped out from the corner of his mouth when he stopped himself. Everyone looked towards the distance. An old man had suddenly appeared there. Many people here were stunned when they saw the old man. Even the experts of the Yang clan were stunned, and their eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Who's that?" Suddenly, the leader of the Council of Elders, Yang Lin, suddenly cried out involuntarily. "Uncle Xiang! Your Uncle Xiang! Uncle Xiang! Yang Xiang!" The expressions of the experts from the Ku clan and Yang clan changed when they heard this. Besides them, Yang Lianshuang's face had turned slightly gloomy as well. Yang Xiang, one of the 2 6th-stage True Realm experts of the Yang clan. Even though many people in Milky Way system didn't know Yang Xiang's name, his name was renowned throughout the medium universe 1,000 years ago. However, once he entered into closed-door cultivation, news of him gradually vanished from the medium universe, and that was why many people in the Yang clan didn't recognize him now. Yang Xiang wore a linen robe. His hair was snow white, and his face was covered in wrinkles. He seemed like an old man at the end of his life. Yang Xiang glanced at Yang Shao and said, I said that unless it's a moment of life and death for the Yang clan, you should never disturb me. Yang Lianshuang glanced at Yang Shao. Obviously, Yang Shao had somehow summoned Yang Xiang. Yang Shao wanted to say something, but he wasn't able to spear a single word right now. Because he didn't have a mouth anymore. Not only did he lack a mouth, even his tongue had been cut off. Meanwhile, Yang Lin hurriedly went over to Yang Xiang and told Yang Xiang what had happened here. A long time passed before Yang Xiang gazed at Yang Shao. Trash! You actually weren't able to deal with 2 juniors, and you even got help from outsiders. You really deserve death! As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. Bang! Yang Zhao's body exploded apart. Yang Shao was no more! After he obliterated Yang Shao, he gazed at Yan Yi and Yang Lianshuang. A kingdom has its laws, and a family has its rules. Even though you're both members of my Yang clan, you've gone against your superiors and thought you can overturn the Yang clan. Your crimes deserve death. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a terrifying aura instantly swept towards Yan Yi and Yang Lianshuang. Yang Lianshuang fell silent for a moment, and then she gazed at Yan Yi. Yan Yi had looked at her as well. Their gazes met for a moment, and then Yang Lianshuang said, Kill him. As soon as she finished speaking, her hair instantly turned ink black. It wasn't just her hair that had turned ink black, even her eyes had turned ink black. Besides that, her hands had actually transformed into a pair of pitch black claws. Chapter 1750 Undying Black Phoenix. Everyone gazed at Yang Lianshuang, including Yan Yi. They watched as a tremendous change occurred throughout her body. At this moment, her hair, eyes, and even clothes had turned pitch black. Most importantly, her aura was filled with power and viciousness. It was merely inferior to Yang Xiang. Yang Xiang gazed at Yang Lianshuang for a long time before he said, If memory serves, there are true dragons and true phoenixes amongst the ancient cultivators. The true phoenixes are divided into the Black Phoenix and Divine Phoenix branches. If I'm not wrong, you've obtained the Undying Black Phoenix's inheritance. The Undying Black Phoenix. Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Xiang and replied, Yes, it's the Undying Black Phoenix. Suddenly, an old man stepped forward from behind Yang Lianshuang. The old man bowed respectfully to Yang Xiang and said, Ancestor, Yang Shao is dead, and the talented young masters of my Yang clan have perished. Presently, only young Miss Shuang and young Master Yi are left. If both of them are dead, there'll be a period where my Yang clan has no one capable. So, please reconsider your decision, Ancestor. Meanwhile, another old man behind Yang Lianshuang stepped forward and said, Ancestor, young Miss Shuang and young Master Ye's natural talent can definitely be ranked in the top 5 of our clan's history. Any one of them can bring prosperity to our Yang clan, and if they join forces, our Yang clan will definitely surpass the glory of our ancestors. Many members of the Yang clan nodded with agreement, and the people behind Yang Lianshuang revealed excitement in their eyes. Yan Yi and Yang Lianshuang were peerless geniuses. If they joined forces, it was obvious how glorious the Yang clan's future would be. As for the experts of the Ying clan and Ku clan, their faces had turned gloomy. Yan Yi and Yang Lianshuang were sufficient to pose a threat to them. Even though Yan Yi and Yang Lianshuang weren't a threat to them for now, once such monstrous geniuses grew, they would be absolutely terrifying, and if such monstrous geniuses joined forces after maturing, the Ying clan and Ku clan's experts didn't dare continue on this line of thought. A moment of silence ensued, and then Ying Wu suddenly gazed at Yang Xiang. Senior, my Ying clan once obtained an incomplete library, and it was left behind from the ancient times. It had records of many things from the ancient times. One of them was information about the Black Phoenix. Yang Xiang gazed at Ying Wu. What are you trying to say? Ying Wu grinned. I think Yang Lianshuang hasn't just obtained a Black Phoenix's inheritance, she has probably devoured a Black Phoenix. Of course, her strength is definitely insufficient to accomplish that. So, there's only one explanation: that Black Phoenix willingly allowed her to devour it. Yang Xiang said. Get to the point. Yingwu nodded. If I'm not wrong, her heart is the heart of a phoenix. A smile curled up on the corners of his mouth, and then he gazed at Yang Xiang. Senior, if I'm to be honest, I presume you've been in closed-door cultivation with the goal of breaking the shackles of the true realm and rise above it. However, based on the current situation, you're probably not confident in your chances, right? Yang Xiang's face was quite gloomy. Meanwhile, Yingwu suddenly pointed at Yang Lianshuang. Senior, the Black Phoenix is called the Undying Black Phoenix. The reason it's called that is because of its undying heart. Senior, if you're able to devour that heart, then even if you can't advance above the true realm, you'll definitely be able to gain new life. Because that undying heart is absolutely capable of extending your life by another 500 years at least. Anything is possible once you have another 500 years. Nonsense. Meanwhile, the old man by Yang Lianshuang's side spoke angrily. You're trying to sow discord amongst us. Yingwu glanced at that old man, and then he gazed at Yang Xiang. I'm just giving you a suggestion. The choice is yours. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved aside and didn't say another word. The old man by Yang Lianshuang's side gazed at Yang Xiang. Ancestor, he can't be believed. Our Yang clan. Yang Xiang interrupted the old man. I only have 10 years left. The old man's eyes opened wide when he heard this, and they were filled with disbelief. Because Yang Xiang's decision was obvious. The old man intended to convince Yang Xiang, but Yang Lianshuang waved her hand. There's no need to say anything. She gazed at Yang Xiang and said, If I'm not wrong, besides life and death, someone at your level has probably no interest in anything else, and that includes the Yang clan. The Yang clan's rise or fall is meaningless to you, right? Yang Xiang nodded. The clan? Its future? Ha. At my level, you'll realize that everything besides life and death are worthless. He gazed at Yang Lianshuang and continued. I know the Ying clan doesn't have good intentions, but I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, it's an opportunity and hope for me. So, will you dig out your heart on your own, or shall I help you? Yang Lianshuang suddenly started laughing. She laughed for a while before she gazed at the group of experts who'd been supporting Yang Shao earlier. See? This is the guardian of the Yang clan whom all of you've been relying on. All of you treat him as your guardian deity. But as far as he's concerned, you may not even be ants. All of them remained silent. The reason the Yang clan had been able to become one of the 8 great clans was because it had 2 6th-stage True Realm experts, and those experts were the pillars of support in the hearts of all the Yang clan's members. However, they realized that the person they relied on didn't care about their clan. Their pillar of support had crumbled. At this moment, the pillar of support in the hearts of countless had collapsed. Yang Xiang nodded slightly. Since you refuse, then I'll get it myself. He took a step forward once he finished speaking, and the space here shook violently. In an instant, the space around Yang Lianshuang was suddenly warped and twisted. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Lianshuang's eyes, and then a ray of black light swept out from her. The black light instantly tore up the space before her into pieces, and then she tapped her right foot down and transformed into a ray of black light that shot at Yang Xiang. Yang Xiang shook his head slightly, and then he stretched his right hand forward before twisting it swiftly. The space before him instantly warped into a huge ball of spatial energy, and then it exploded apart. Boom! Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Lianshuang was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as she stopped herself, the space before her rippled violently before it suddenly transformed into sharp spatial spikes. A moment later, these spatial spikes had enveloped Yang Lianshuang. The expressions of Yang Lianshuang's supporters had turned gloomy from the sight of this. Suddenly, an explosion resounded, and the space there collapsed and was obliterated. At the same time, a huge black claw flashed out from there and clawed at Yang Xiang. Yang Xiang's face remained calm as he tapped his finger forward. Transform! The space around the huge black claw actually started disintegrating. It wasn't just space that was disintegrating, even the huge black claw suffered the same fate. In just a short while, the black claw had been split into thousands of bits and vanished in the air. Yang Lianshuang's eyes narrowed slightly. World modification! Yang Xiang gazed at her. Looks like you know quite a bit. The sixth stage of the true realm, world modification. It allows one to easily modify the laws of the world and transform everything in the world. So, no matter how monstrous you are, you're just an ant before me. Of course, you're a comparatively stronger ant. He took a step forward once he finished speaking, and the surroundings changed along with that. The space around Yang Lianshuang suddenly split apart, or to be more precise, their structure was being changed, and he was using space to attack her after changing their structure. It was quite similar to Oblivion Maiden's attacks. However, Yang Xiang's attainments were much greater than hers because he wasn't just splitting them apart, he was modifying them. It was easy to destroy but difficult to change. Yang Lianshuang slowly clenched her claws, and then she overlapped them and pushed them forward in Yang Xiang's direction. Bang! The space in an area of over 1 kilometer around her rumbled and collapsed. However, once space collapsed, the black hole which was created from this started to spin, and then the black hole actually started to split apart. But it didn't take long for the black hole to suddenly stop. Meanwhile, Yang Xiang gazed at Yang Yi. Interesting. The energy of your laws is actually able to stop my modification. It was Yang Yi who'd stopped it just now. He had to, of course. He was on the same boat as Yang Lianshuang. If she died, it wouldn't benefit him at all. Conversely, he could only deal with Yang Xiang by joining forces with her. Yang Yi didn't answer Yang Xiang. He gazed at Yang Lianshuang. At this moment, there was a wisp of blood on the corner of her mouth. Yang Yi asked, "Are you all right?" She wiped off the blood and said, "Shall we kill him?" Yang Yi nodded, "Of course. We're willing to lend you a hand." Suddenly, Yang Lin led the others behind him and went over to stand behind Yang Lianshuang. Yang Lin wasn't the only one. All the others who supported Yang Xiao previously had gone over to stand behind Yang Lianshuang. The experts of the Ying clan and Ku clan were stunned by this scene. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.